Check one. Whoa. Check. Check 1 2 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay, they're all loud.
No, opposite. Staff table can't hear translators.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, we could always give them the units anyways.
They've not usually spoken to.
Yeah.
It's the presenters or the
Public speakers or somebody else.
But I'm saying if someone does want translation at that table, grab the unit instead of going.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only difference.
I guess we'll take it.
Check 1 2 1 2 3. Check 1 2 1 2 3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue au Comité des finances de développement économique. Welcome to Finance and Economic Development Committee, a meeting of Tuesday, December 1st. For those members of the public who would like to speak to any item on the agenda, please fill out a form just by the door and hand it to the clerk, and we'd be happy to hear from you. I'm going to hand over the chair in just a moment to the vice chair, as I'm pleased to be proclaiming AIDS Awareness Day and raising a flag down at Marion Dewar Plaza. So, declaration of interest, déclaration d'intérêt, confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès verbaux, minutes of the 3rd of November 2015, and revised minutes 6th of October 2015. Carried. And I believe Councillor El Shantiri has the revised motion. There was a word left out to the revised minutes of October 6th. Like to read
yes,
that?
Mr. Mayor. Provide an effective and formal early warning system to identify significant variance development between departmental spending and or revenue budgets and their monthly actual to allow for early course correction if necessary, oversee, and that's the word that was missing, oversee regular review of administrative spending and identify cross-departmental synergy and or option of administrative efficiency. So,
okay, so that revises the October 6, 2015 meeting. On the motion, carried. Okay. On the minutes as amended, carried. Communications as presented, city officers, city manager's office, city clerk and solicitor department appointment to Bank Street BIA Board of Management, nomination au Conseil de gestion de la zone d'amélioration commerciale de la rue Bank, appointing Alex Hosselet to the Bank Street BIA. Carried. City Treasurer, 2016 interim property taxes and due dates, impôt foncier provisoire pour 2016. Carried. Office of the City Manager, Lansdowne Partnership Plan Annual Report. There's a presentation. Come back to that. And that will be tied in as well with the Lansdowne Partnership Plan item number 4. We'll come back to that. A 100-day Memorandum of Understanding with the National Capital Commission update. This is on LRT. Received. And carried on item number 2, carried. Economic Development Branch, 2015 Economic Development Strategy Implementation Update and 2016 Implementation Plan. Received and carried. Downtown Rideau Business Improvement Area Boundary Adjustment. Councillor El Shantiri has a motion to defer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have a motion prepared by our staff and on the direction of our colleague, Councillor Fleury. Therefore, be it resolved that Downtown Rideau Business Improvement Area Boundary Adjustment Report be referred back to the Economic Development and Innovation Department for further review and consultation with the Downtown Rideau BIA Board. And this is on behalf of our staff and Councillor Fleury, Mr. Mayor.
So on the motion to refer, carried. Planning and Infrastructure Brownfields Grant Application 405 Terminal Avenue. Carried. Okay. Brownfields Grant Program Application 175 Main Street. Councillor Chernyshenko has a motion to refer this report to staff for further review, and we have one individual who would like to speak if we're dealing with it. Is that correct, Mr. Kardish? Is Mr. Kardish here? Yeah, so you're in support of it being Councillor Chernyshenko. So, Councillor, if you'd like to introduce, or you're simply going to refer this report back to staff? Okay, on referral, carried. Thank you. Rail Implementation Office, we have public delegations on that. Real Estate Partnership and Development Office, delegation of authority. Received. Municipal Capital Facility designation for the duration of construction of the Confederation Line at 117 Rideau. Carried. Budget Challenge and Services Review. We've come back to that. We have staff presentation. Operating and capital budget, we'll come back to that, obviously staff presentations. So we're back at the beginning. So I'll hand the chair over to the Vice Chair. We're on to Lansdowne Partnership Plan Annual Report. We have a delegation, so we'll ask the city staff to present their report first, and then we'll hear from the public delegation. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Mr. Chenier is coming up, and he'll be doing a presentation of the city's piece of the annual update report, which will speak to the urban park, the operations and programming of the urban park. And following that, Mr. Greenberg and Mr. Ash will be coming up to do a presentation on the annual results of the stadium in the mixed-use area.
Thank you, Kent. Chair and members of the committee. This report is a report on our first year of operation of the urban park at Lansdowne Park, and we'll touch on essentially the operations that the city has set up and the programming and activities that have been planned over the last year. As you can tell from the first slide, which shows the plaque at Lansdowne Park, our presence there is very much a partnership with the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. Over the last year, we've gotten to know our partners on the site and work quite closely with them in terms of collaborating on programming, on setting up events, and of course, they are our provider of maintenance for the park, and so we work rather closely with them. The park opened last August 14th, with a ribbon-cutting ceremony marking the official opening. A successful day with over 5,000 people attending, and many of the park elements at that time, the farmers market, the play structures, the skateboard parks, were used for the first time. The urban park was designed to be used year-round, and we've seen over the last year that very much so the park has presence there on a regular basis from all sorts of folks coming down from all across the city to participate in the park. In the other seasons, of course, we have a very popular skating court that is, even though we had a very cold winter last year, still had a good attendance and was well used, especially during Winterlude. It attracted quite a few people. And what we've noticed is that skating court has become the premier outdoor basketball court during the summer months. In fact, we are getting requests to improve the surface for basketball on a fairly regular basis. One of the main features is the horticultural building at the park, an architectural treasure that was relocated to the northeast end of the park. The renovated main hall offers a unique opportunity for both rentals and events and programming. We've had more than 200 bookings to date in the horticultural building with more than 35,000 clients. When not in use, the city has started developing programs for the horticultural buildings, and over the first year we have piloted a few programs to see what works and what the community is willing to embrace at that location. We are also working with some of the community partners in the area that are providing recreation, the Glebe Neighborhood Activity Group, the Ottawa South Community Association, to see how we might engage them in both ongoing programming indoors as well as using the park. There is a commercial space at the front of the ground level of the horticultural building. A tender in the spring did not produce a suitable tenant for that area, and our real estate folks are still actively marketing and following up with several prospects. And there's also been consultation with commercial real estate brokers about finding a tenant for the space. Some of the notable events that have been held include the Ottawa's Potters Guild spring and fall sales, many weddings. We already for next year have 40 weddings booked, I believe, so it has become a very popular venue for those kinds of things. Winterlude has this has become a popular site for Winterlude. We were successful both last year and this year in securing a Celebration Ontario grant to help us with the Winterlude programming that included snow sculptures, indoor concerts, those kinds of things, and had become very popular. Of course, city folk moved to Lansdowne Park for the first time this past summer and was very successful. The mayor held a diplomatic function at the park, which was, again, a very successful event that lays the ground for inviting embassies to make use of the park for 2017 events. And there's a whole list of things, including festivals, private functions, a whole variety of things that have made the park a very attractive place to hold events. The Aberdeen Pavilion has also become an exciting venue for a variety of activities. The year started off with a bang with the Scottish Society's Hogmanay event, which was relocated from City Hall to the Aberdeen Pavilion, and plans to repeat are also in place. Some other events included FIFA events, Women's World Cup. The Ottawa Kennel Club has held dog shows in the building. Ottawa's Farmers Markets, Christmas Market, and Winter Market was very successful last year and is planned again for this year. MarvFest, Canadian Association of Retired Professionals event, as well as a regular tenant to the building, which is the 613 Flea Market. There have been 129 bookings to date for an estimated 124,000 visitors. The Mayor's Breakfast has moved back to the Aberdeen Pavilion and was well attended last summer. A mock-up of the OC Transpo light rail vehicle was also placed in Aberdeen Pavilion, and over a 2-month period received several visitors, a lot of visitors. Lansdowne has 4 full-time staff and a handful of part-time staff to assist with rentals, programming the site, and organizing special events. The park's outdoor space provide an ideal location for a whole variety of activities. This last summer, we offered a summer art series featuring 6 drop-in events on Sundays in July and August. The first day of this series included an Algonquin dancers and singers and storyteller event that was very popular. Themed community days took place each month of the summer. The July theme was air, and activities included things like kite building and kite flying and fun with bubble blowing. The August theme was circus, and participants were treated to tours of the Empire Circus tent, which was set up during the summer, plus 5 presentations by circus performers and buskers. Another popular event at the park has been our Full Moon Yoga series, which hold yoga out on the Great Lawn during every full moon, during the summer, of course. 6 Momentum Fridays kicked off the weekend for more than 200 people with free, fun outdoor fitness as well. As I mentioned earlier, the skating rink opened November 2014 and was immediately popular. It's our 3rd outdoor refrigerated rink. We're just in the process of getting it ready for this season, and we're hoping that by the weekend or early next week, depending on weather, the skating rink will open. The rink boasts open skating sessions, and we've also organized Learn to Skate programs on it, and it has become a Winterlude programming destination as well. We were able to organize last year and again this year hot chocolate and a concession stand to add to the experience. And as I noted earlier, the rink surface has become very popular for skateboarders, basketball, and rollerblading during the summer months, and staff are looking at other opportunities to program the surface. It also provides a convenient place for bicycle parking during large events at Lansdowne. The South Court has also become a popular programming area, and I think the most noticeable thing was this past summer, to use the South Court, was the Empire Circus tent, which was there for several weeks in August. The gardens in the park host plants chosen by the Algonquins of Ontario. The apple trees in the heirloom garden produced their first crop of apples, which visitors to the park quickly picked and enjoyed last summer. The summer and winter farmers market got started and moved into the Aberdeen Pavilion and Aberdeen Square, provided opportunities for year-round access for locally grown produce and goods. And the winter market was open for 21 days last year throughout the winter, while the outdoor farmers market was open for 70 days between May and November. The important role of the Algonquin people is honored in several ways in the park. The Algonquin singers, dancers, and storytellers have been included in our summer series. The traditional Algonquin teaching circle is represented on site and is surrounded by 3 trees of significance, which were selected by the First Nations people. Certain planting boxes are designated for plants chosen by the Algonquins of Ontario, including cinnamon fern, high bush cranberry, jewelweed, red osier dogwood, sweetgrass, and bearberries. The park features 2 unique pieces of art by renowned Vancouver artist Jill Arnold. The 2 large-scale sculptures frame the Great Lawn and provide interesting architectural components both day and night. Moving Surfaces was unveiled last November, and its curving, flowing design drew immediate attention at night. LED lights create a dynamic, transferable canvas. And then this July, Uplift and the adjacent Water Plaza opened, with many families enjoying the site during the August heat wave. The wide open spaces of the urban park provide opportunities for all kinds of established events, such as Winterlude, and host new events like the Ottawa Asian Night Market. The newly branded City Folk Festival was held there and was a great success for the first time, with a main stage on the Great Lawn and a secondary stage in Aberdeen and Horticultural Building. And the festival organizers report having 50,000 paying customers and another 20,000 to 30,000 visitors to free events. A Tourism Ontario grant of $175,000 helped us enhance Winterlude by adding snowscapes at Lansdowne, with community snow carving competitions, a winter design festivals, 2 nights of live jazz, a 5-kilometer polar hero race, a fashion show, lectures, and first Winter Brew Fest to be held at Lansdowne. Plans are now underway for snowscapes during Winterlude 2016, and another $120,000 has been received from the Ontario government to boost activity and participation. And I believe that's the last slide.
Thank you, Mr. Chenier. And now we have Mr. Roger Greenberg, the Executive Chairman of OSAG, and Bernie Ash, the CEO, to have their presentation. Good morning, Roger and Bernie, thanks for coming today. So I'm not sure who will begin, but we'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off with a few opening general comments, and then the bulk of the presentation will be handled by Bernie, and then we'll be happy to take any questions. And of course, if you have questions throughout, you're welcome to interrupt us and go from there. My remarks at the beginning are going to focus sort of more broadly on sort of what was, and this is, I think everybody remembers that. This is actually before the South Side stands were torn down, and then what is now. And I really wanted just to address three things which are not readily apparent to everybody that I think are important to point out. First of all, many of you will recall that the city was intending to be expending $1.4 million on operating deficits each and every year, and then a further $2.4 million of capital to maintain what was. Not very much, a very negative situation, and so in the original pro forma in the presentation of how the city would be able to afford its portion of the requirements, $3.8 million annually as a deficit that the city was going to be incurring would be wiped out by the Lansdowne partnership plan, and so that's not visible here, but as you know, is an important component of the economics of what was involved. The second thing that's not readily apparent from what's taking place here was the finding a much more appropriate home for the trade show component that was taking place at Lansdowne. As you recall, that the trade shows that would take place at Lansdowne were spread out over 3 buildings and were hugely challenging for the operators involved. As part of the Lansdowne transformation process, the city had a tender call, and a group led by Bill Shankman ended up developing what is now called the E&Y Center. And I think by every measuring stick, that project has been an outstanding success for the City of Ottawa to be able to host a whole new generation of activities that we would not have been able to produce at Lansdowne Park. And then lastly, which is the subject of the major component of the litigation resolution, unbeknownst to anybody, there was a severely deteriorating situation in the Civic Center that none of us understood at the time when the transformation deal was approved by City Council in October 2012. Without meaning to sound in any way sensationalist, I shudder to think about what could have happened if that situation had been allowed to continue without being, in essence, accidentally discovered by us in the early stages of the renovation. The deterioration of the steel in the roof structure would have continued on, and the city would have been faced with a far more catastrophic situation than us being able to step in at the time and expend a significant amount of capital dollars to keep it going. My last comment will be perhaps a bit gratuitous, but I will say that being able to share the experience with Councillor Manette and countless of other fans from Ottawa this past weekend in the Grey Cup would not have taken place if this had not gone through. And I think so the restoration of the civic pride, I can tell you the number of people that came up to me from other cities who were so delighted that Ottawa was back in the CFL. I can't identify publicly my fellow governors on the board of the CFL because it would look like they were anti-Edmonton, but almost every single one wanted us to win the Grey Cup on the weekend. They thought we had done an incredible job to come back into the league, and we are considered to be a model franchise, a model governance franchise, and what we've done in Lansdowne is actually now what most other stadiums want to do to attract a new generation of younger fans to the league. So that was something that I was able to experience firsthand over the past weekend in Winnipeg. So with that, unless there are any questions on that part, I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Bernie.
I think we'll hold the question to the end, Roger. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. And thank you, Roger. Roger, I'll be driving on the English screen, and you'll be
Okay.
following on my. This report on the annual operations of Lansdowne will take place every year, earlier than it is currently planned. This is a report on the 2014 operating results that was included in the material. We'll also hit some of the highlights, though, of what's been happening in 2014 as well as 2015, with updates on transportation, retail, jobs, as well as residential and commercial. So yes, it first is important to understand the way we are structured. The report to Council is, and to FEDCO, is a report on the results of the Lansdowne Master Limited Partnership, the dark box in the middle, equally owned by the City of Ottawa and OSEG. Our business is conducted through partnerships that are owned 100% by the Lansdowne Master Limited Partnership. Our staff costs and operating costs are handled through the partnerships in the Ottawa Red Blacks, the Lansdowne Stadium Limited Partnership, where the majority of employees are included who provide services to all of the three teams as well as the venue, the Ottawa 67s, and the Lansdowne Retail Limited Partnership. So just to put into perspective the structure. So yes, it was certainly a milestone year. We can all recall the opening of the stadium, and I think the important point here is that we did it on time, and we being the city, the combination of the city staff as well as OSEG, did that on time. Not many venues in Canada over the last few years can claim that, and we're really pleased that we opened on time and had our great opening night back in July of last year. A lot of water under that bridge. The Red Blacks, huge success last year with 9 sellouts. That success continued again in 2015. We've certainly found that there's an enthusiastic market for Red Blacks football in Ottawa, as proven by continued great turnouts this year at our games. Great fans. We're the talk of the CFL in terms of the enthusiasm that we bring to the park. A great cross-section of young and old at a Red Blacks game, and everybody just having a great time. In addition, we introduced the Ottawa Fury to the market. It's in its second year now. It's been a new product for Ottawa. Soccer, professional soccer in Ottawa is new. We are growing the game. Every game we have seen improvement in the attendance. Our major strategic initiative here is to get kids out to TD Place through our Fury Fanatics program, which allows families to come. Kids get in free if they're part of a local Ottawa soccer community, and there's a very, very significant, very vibrant Ottawa soccer community that now supports the Ottawa Fury through the Fanatics program. In addition, the Ottawa 67s returned home after 2 tough years out at Canadian Tire Centre. Again, our focus with the Ottawa 67s is getting the families back, the teams, the groups that come back to the Canadian Tire Centre, that came back after the Canadian Tire Centre experience. And like the Ottawa Fury, our focus very much is getting kids out to these games. We have a program called the Prospects, which is modeled after our successful Fury Fanatics programs, where kids who belong to minor hockey teams get in free. So we're building our fan base back with the Ottawa 67s. Something that I think we should all take great pride in, the city as well as OSEG, is the transportation success that we had in our first year. We met our goals, achieved our goals in terms of the use of public transit, which also included the use of shuttle service. We continue to partner with OC Transpo on finding ways to improve that service. Our fans have really embraced it and continue to embrace it in year 2. Our shuttle service has been declining a little bit in year 2, but that's because the service has been so strong on OC Transpo that people are choosing that. I have more information on the transportation update in the future, in one of my future slides. In terms of retail, we opened last November, a year ago, November, with our first retailers, Whole Foods and Sporting Life. We continued openings throughout this year. We are not yet at full rental on the retail area. 2016, in fact, will be the first year that we'll have all of the rent, and I'll update that shortly. The Vibe Tower is fully occupied. People began moving into the Vibe Tower a year ago. That's the shorter of the 2 condo towers. As you just heard from Dan Chenier, the park was a great success, and the city park opened last year as well. And a very important element of my job, as directed by the OSEG partners and Roger specifically, is that we really must maintain strong relationships in our community with our partners that we deal with. It's one of our vision statements, frankly, is to maintain strong relationships, and we have certainly worked very hard at our end at OSEG to be available, to be participating in and being responsive to various community groups, any business associations, the GLEAD BIA, all of whom we are endeavoring to have very strong relationships with, and we feel that we're making great progress in that regard. So on to the financial highlights. Again, we are dealing with the 2014 year. And what is important to understand is that 2014, we had a year which only had half a year of revenue from our sports team operations and event business, as well as delayed retail move-ins, which didn't happen until the very end of the year. But we had virtually a full year of operating expenses because we had many staff that came on board before we began event operations in order to be ready to go and to operate. So the soft opening events occurred prior to opening, so our operating results for 2014 include significant expenses that we could not offset with revenue, as well as expenses that are in the category of one-time opening costs in the area of additional event staff, additional transportation capacity, additional security, food and beverage, as well as cleaning staff in order to get everybody trained up and ready to go. And those costs began to decline as we began to get satisfied that we were handling them properly. So the result overall is a $10.9 million unbudgeted operating loss for the 2014 year. The other highlight, of course, is this had to be financed and by OSEG, by the OSEG partners. So additional equity was contributed, $32 million by 2014, and you'll see later on in the slide that we will update that by the completion of construction. In fact, there's additional $54 million of additional equity that was contributed by the OSEG partners, and I have a slide on that. So there's the detail on the operating results, and really the focus here should be around the operating income line, where you'll see that the majority of the operating loss occurs in the stadium where we were getting ready. Red Blacks, profitable last year, very successful with our 9 sellouts, and a league that operates very responsibly with salary caps. The 67th shortfall in revenue, again, half a year at Canadian Tire Centre, half a year at the arena at TD Place. And the retail really not operating yet in 2014. So the capital investment that was required in order to get the stadium and arena to the point where it could be the kind of destination that we're frankly very pleased it has become really was around the area of the layer between just raw building and the fan, which we all call the fan experience elements. So in any kind of venue in our business, you need to be providing the latest and greatest in the way of technology so that sponsors can activate and present their products to their customers, as well as informing your fans, as well as food and beverage services that everybody's excited about having. So the majority of the investment was in that category. We fit up food and beverage stands throughout the stadium and the arena with our partner Levy Foods. In addition, the technology. So we provided additional network experience here that allowed our fans to have Wi-Fi, so we're completely outfitted with Wi-Fi, and this has been a very important element of attracting the younger fans who come to the game, smartphone in hand, wanting to have a lot of experience with their friends, watching the game as well as communicating on social media. We have over 400 screens that we've installed. We've upgraded LED on the sidelines as well as on the fascia on the south stands. We had an upgraded to the latest and greatest video board when it was installed, our large screen in the west end zone. So all these improvements we think have made TD Place one of the best destinations in the CFL to watch football as well as concerts, and we saw that success. In the public realm, we included improvements, invested in improvements there in finishes for our tenants, specific fit-up expense costs that had to be incurred, as well as additional work in investing in the surface area in compliance with LDRP requirements. And of course, as Roger mentioned, a $22.6 million investment to replace the roof in the arena. Whoops. So the equity to the end of 2014, the additional equity was $58 million in addition to what this committee would have seen in 2012 of 30, to bring the total to $88 million by the end of 2014. So that's the equity that OSEG contributed to ensure that the city did not have to incur any additional investment on the in the park. So looking ahead, just to understand where these conditions now cause us to be very confident in terms of the future outlook. The waterfall, where revenue is captured, will be improved by about $100 million over the 30-year period, and I'll just try to capture here where that's coming from. We've actually succeeded in getting higher retail revenue compared to what was originally forecast in the 2012 pro forma, with just solid, very solid covenants. People like Local Enjoy Restaurants, Cineplex Theaters, Whole Foods, of course, Sporting Life, very successful retailers that have now set up shop and are open for business. I'm sorry, I double-clicked there and I shouldn't have, so my fault. The slide that I just went over was just the improvement that has happened in the CFL with the new broadcast agreement. The TSN broadcast agreement has contributed more revenue and will contribute more revenue than was anticipated in the 2012 pro forma. In addition, our sponsorship revenue is going to be much higher than was forecast in the 2012. Most notably, our naming right deal with TD has turned out to be much more successful than was originally planned. TD is a great naming partner. They have been a fantastic partner for our venue, for the stadium and arena, as well as for our teams. We couldn't be more fortunate than to have TD as one of our naming partners. And many are listed here, but our founding partners, TELUS, KPMG, and Budweiser, are the most significant investments under long-term contracts, in some cases up to 10 years in length, has given us the stability in our sponsorship revenue that gives us the confidence that revenue will be higher in the period looking forward. So to summarize, the revised pro forma that we are now working with, which excludes any settlement of the disputed items that this group is going to, that FEDCO is going to be dealing with today, show $110 million more cash generated over the 30-year pro forma period, and the total distributions are in total $424 million rather than the $315 million. The breakdown of where the additional equity was invested is on the screen now. The roof, which is in the category of the disputed items, of $22 million. The additional retail construction was $20 million in total. As you can see from the slide, $10 million of technology, and food and beverage fit-up of $8 million. All of those items improve the value and improve the prospect for generating income in the stadium and the retail area. So as I mentioned earlier, we have stronger leases in the retail area. We feel that with our sponsorship, we needed that technology investment. So these were not arbitrary investments. These were investments that were smart investments that were required to make TD Place and the arena at TD Place the great destination that it has become. The next two items, the startup costs, are really just, I think, a cost of doing business. These will not repeat. We have further delays in 2015, but they're much more minor in starting up our retail area. As I said earlier, 2016 is when all of our retail leases will be generating full revenue for the partnership. For a total of $69 million, we did some vendor financing and other types of financing. So the net incremental equity contributed by the OSEG partners in total is $54 million. So the result of all that is that it's very important that the first layer in the waterfall where cash is spent before any distributions is on maintaining the life cycle funding. And that means something in the neighborhood of $1.5 million is contributed every year to maintain the venue and maintain the arena so that the entire site will continue to have things replaced that need to be replaced, fixed that need to be fixed, so nothing will deteriorate and run down, that we can continue to operate the site at the level it should be required to operate, and will improve and increase the value as we move forward. The OSEG return declines because of the large amount of equity that's contributed currently. It means that $10 million of OSEG equity will not be returned to partners. And further, point 3, the city as a partner will not receive any of the waterfall distributions that were planned in the 2012 pro forma. So I'll just quickly hit on some of the other areas of the business, I think, of interest. On transportation, as I said earlier, a great, I think, example of a partnership that occurred among city staff, OC Transpo, of course, our great partner on this whole initiative, the NCC in terms of the use of the QED, STO, of course, bringing lots of our Gatineau fans across, the local community groups as they participate in LT Mock, and we work together to try to make sure that we can continue to successfully operate the venue on major events. And the fans have embraced this, so this is really a great success, a great model that we should all be proud of. This is merely a reminder of what those transportation goals were. The combination of shuttle and transit passengers were supposed to represent 56% of people that were coming for Red Blacks games. This slide really shows that the original target, the light shaded area, is the original target for transit, which was OC Transpo's share of that ridership of 20%, and the shuttle share of that transit, which was 36%, making up the 56% target. The actual experience in 2014, you'll see, is that much more people embraced OC Transpo. 37%, in fact, used OC Transpo, and much fewer by the end of the year were using the shuttle service. And I think it's really representative of the fact that we marketed very heavily for fans. It's totally transparent as to how they choose to get to the game, go to the nearest either park and ride or shuttle lot, get on a bus, get on a shuttle bus, whatever your choice, and people are choosing OC Transpo. It's demonstrating that it's the best way to get down to the venue. And in 2015, we reduced costs considerably by only operating one shuttle lot. We promoted very heavily the bike and park services this year, and I think we've seen an improvement, frankly, in pedestrian traffic as well as cycling traffic to the site. Retail highlights, merely to point out that we're well on our way with our leasing success. 95% of ground floor retail are now committed under lease. Important note here is the appraised value. We just completed our takeout financing on the retail construction, and the valuation was $186 million for the retail area, really on the strength, as I said earlier, of those leases, those retail leases from very strong covenants. The annualized net revenue going forward will be $10.5 million, so you can see the magnitude and the importance of the retail area to the whole site. And the target for first-to-market retailers was 40% of leasable space, and we're proud to say that it's achieved 53%. So we're ahead of our target on the mix in terms of first-to-market. And you can see the retail mix that currently is in place. Jobs, the original estimates were for 220 full-time jobs on OSEG. I don't think that there was an estimate in the original 2012 pro forma on how many jobs will be created in retail, but this has really been a great success. And the 286 full-time jobs that we have currently includes all of our athletes, many of whom are paid. The 67s obviously are amateurs, and a large pool of part-time staff that we draw from for a full-time equivalent of 366 jobs, and these are people young and old. Our part-time staff includes young students from Carleton and Ottawa U, as well as retired professionals. We have a lot of government employees who just like to come down to the park and attend events and operate as event staff. So we're really proud of our part-time staff. The retailers, as you can see, 367. The largest retailers in that mix are Sporting Life and Whole Foods, and in total 435 equivalent jobs. So this is a great story on job creation at both in the OSEG area as well as with the retailers. Very quick updates on residential. Just to remind the committee that Minto is responsible for the construction and sale of the three properties. The Vibe condo, as I mentioned, is now occupied. All of those units have been sold. Homewood Towns are all sold as well as all occupied. And the Rideau condo occupancies are happening. There's only 12 units remaining, but occupancies have been occurring. They started in October and continue through this month as well as next month. Exterior construction is starting to wind down now. Commercial, we have been a little bit slower there, and I think that the speed of leasing the commercial tower reflects the conditions in the local commercial real estate market. It is very slow. Syrah is the first tenant in there occupying a floor. But leasing activity is very strong now. There's a lot of people in the pipeline. Construction really had to finish for somebody making a big commitment on office space to understand how the site was going to work on event days, non-event days, and a lot of people are looking at the site now and are pretty excited about moving in and locating their offices there. And it'll help, of course, as the condos are occupied and the commercial tower is occupied, to really generate a lot more traffic on the site, which was always the intention, that we would not just be relying on events to drive traffic to the site, but on a non-event day as well. That's the end of our report.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one member of the public, I don't know if he's here, Jack Gilmer. Is Mr. Gilmer here on this item? No? Okay. So we'll go to questions. Councillor Deans, please, questions to the delegate.
My questions are actually to the city manager, not to the delegation. So do you want to hold?
So, Councillor Monette, questions or comments to the delegation?
No, I'll have questions for city manager also.
Okay. Councillor Eglai? Okay, if you'd like to ask to...
Well, it's actually a comment. I just wanted to thank OSEG and in particular Bernie. He and I have sat many Friday mornings in the LTMOC meetings going over the transportation events related to football games, concerts, openings, and it's been a very progressive, very positive interaction, and I think it's something that the community has appreciated quite a bit and has really served as a role model for how we can hold events and get people from point A to point B in an orderly, reasonable fashion. So I want to thank you for your work in that regard, especially your openness to working with the community. And I now know that was a directive of Rogers, but I think you would have done it anyway. But I want to thank you for that, because I think the community, both the business community and the residents in the glebe, really appreciate the efforts made to have that dialogue on an ongoing basis and to take into account their concerns and their ideas and implement them in future events. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Thank you very much. I have quite a number of questions, mostly more, not really on the financing and the proposed changes, etc. More on the operations, and if you would call it the partnership that the city is in with OSEG. So I'm not sure I can structure them entirely. I may have to go back and forth a bit to get comment from staff, if that's appropriate.
I think what would be helpful is if Roger and Bernie could stay there, because I think there'll be some opportunity for you to comment if you hear something.
I think that would be most appropriate, because there may be somewhere I'm actually happy to go. That's fine. Yeah.
We'll put you back on the list, Councillor, then. Councillor Wilkinson, do you want to wait until we have everyone answering questions? Do you have specific questions to the delegates, our partners? Yeah, I think it probably more Kent, so we'll we'll get you back on the list. Just a couple of comments. Thank you, Councillor Eglai, for your observations. I think it's been a good exercise in community consultation, and I think it's worked well. Anytime I've been to a major event, the shuttle system, the bus system is working very, very well. I think some of the fears of clogging up all the streets have not come to fruition, so you're to be congratulated on that. I'll give some overarching comments at the end, but needless to say, I'm obviously very pleased with the progress that's been made in the last couple of years. Just two quick points. One is we lost a lot of trees. The trees, I think, that the city planted seemed to take root in the farmers market area, but some along the boulevards did not. And I know we've talked about this before, Bernie. Is the plan still to plant them in the spring and to develop a better holding container so that they don't die another year?
Yes, it is. We have received a report from an arborist. We now know what needs to be done to improve the conditions for those trees, and they will be replanted probably in late March, early April.
I think that makes a very big difference. It softens the landscape. When I was there to watch the Grey Cup on Sunday, it really looked beautiful with all the Christmas decorations and the public space. The Aberdeen was lit up with red lights, and it looked like a nice winter wonderland. And I think if we have that continuation on the streets, that would be much better. The second is I know that changes are coming with respect to the parking, entry, exit, signage, where the entry is. I still find it's a little challenging. And can you give us an update as to when those changes and the wayfinding is going to be improved?
Certainly. The changes are underway. We have gone through a very heavy consultation period. After we opened, we were disappointed in the wayfinding. We certainly received feedback from visitors, guests, as well as our retailers. So that consultation program is complete. We are implementing a plan now in the garage, which will be completed by the end of December. We're color coding zones. We're upgrading the lighting around the elevator vestibules. We will have directory maps that will be at all the stairwells as well as the elevator vestibules. The surface area will be done in March, April. There will be better entrance signs for vehicles arriving on the site, as well as directories on the surface for pedestrians on the surface. So there's two stages to it. The first stage will be December. The second stage will be next spring.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just to point out that we're probably going to be spending $750,000 on that upgrade over what's in place right now, because we appreciate that what's there is just not adequate for the site.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll ask our partners to remain at the table, and we have questions for both staff and perhaps for the partners, so we'll go back to Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe I'll just start by saying to the two of you, since I was one of, I think, two members of council around this table who actually voted against the deal, I think I should start by congratulating you on all of the positives at Lansdowne Park, because I think there are many positives at that park, and I guess just like you can't put a price on love, you can't put a price on civic pride, but I thought maybe that'd be where I start, because I'd just like to understand the taxpayer investment in that site. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you could just quantify for us the investments. I know there was the $132.9 million. I think there was $6.4 million environmental remediation, $1.3 million legal costs, $3.1 million Phase 1 costs. There was the related costs of the EY Center. I think we put $8.5 million into that to move them. And the front lawn, I don't know what the cost for the urban park was.
So I'd ask Isabel, she can tell you about the cost of the front lawn, but with respect to the city's contribution to the Lansdowne Partnership plan, excuse me, thank you, Mayor, you have highlighted the major ones. There was the guaranteed maximum price that the city contributed towards the funding of the stadium renovation and the construction of the related component of the parking lot. Prior to that, of course, there were...
That's the 132.9?
That's correct. the agreement with the Lansdowne Partnership Agreement with the OSEG, the city, you'll recall, retained the risk of any archaeological or environmental issues that were run across, and there was a significant environmental remediation bill for the Civic Center. That liability was always the city's, and that's the amount that was referred to there.
$6.4 million. And
That's
does
right.
that get recovered through the waterfall?
No, that was, the city retained the risk because frankly, that was the city's cost, regardless of what the city ended up doing with the Civic Center, even demolishing it. We would have had to pay that cost to remove the environmental problems before that happened. So that was outside of the waterfall. The costs that you referred to in terms of the Stage 1 and Stage 2, as the agreements were being negotiated and all of the work was being done on the transportation master plans and the retail plan and everything else, that was those were costs that were approved by council even if the Lansdowne Partnership Agreement didn't go forward. And then, of course, as you've identified, there were the costs of defending the legal actions with respect to the partnership plan.
Right. Okay. But beyond that, there were also other costs. There's the $8.5 million that the city put up to move the trade shows to the EY Center.
So I agree that's related, but
Yeah.
you'll recall that council actually approved that project and that agreement before it finally approved the Lansdowne Partnership Plan. So that was a decision that council made.
But we wouldn't have done that if we didn't need to move them off Lansdowne.
Well, you still had the opportunity not to agree to the Lansdowne Partnership Agreement after having made the commitment to the retail or the
And
trade
the
show.
urban park, the cost of the urban park?
I don't have that with me today.
So, yeah, the amount of the urban park, the amount spent as of September 30th is $43.9 million.
So are those all of the costs now identified at Lansdowne? Would you say that's it?
With respect to the city's contribution to the LPP, yes.
Was there an additional cost to move the horticultural building?
That's in the urban park costs.
That's in the urban park
Isabel's
costs.
referring to.
Okay, so I just want to understand the whole issue around the waterfall and the financing and the return on investment that the city was expecting that no longer is. I just wonder if somebody can explain to me, because I find it a little bit difficult to understand the waterfall, but I understand the pro forma has changed from what it originally was, and there were greater investments. There's also some greater money coming in as well, but overall there was greater investments than anticipated. And so the net effect, as I understand it to the city, is the $22.6 million that we had anticipated getting 30 years from now at the end is gone. And what I'm also given to understand is that the steel problem that we had, I thought the risk was with the partners, not with the taxpayers, but it would appear that that's coming back through the waterfall, so having an impact on that bottom line for us. So can somebody just explain that to me, how that all works?
Chair, Roger and Bernie can speak to the additional investments that they've made and how that many of them drive improved operating results in the pro forma, and those that don't, I'll leave that to them. But I'll answer you with respect to the city's guaranteed maximum price for the stadium renovation and the related parking structure. The city had many, but there were three principal priorities that the city had in negotiating the agreement with OSEG. The first one was that the city's contribution of funding for the redevelopment of the stadium and the parking garage was capped at a guaranteed maximum price. The second priority of the agreements was that after the stadium had been built, that OSEG would have to guarantee an annual contribution to a life cycle reserve fund so that the stadium, after having been constructed, would be appropriately life cycled through the 30 years. And then the third priority was to the extent that the cash flows of the partnership generated sufficient funds to return OSEG's equity investment to it, a return on the equity investment and then a recovery of the equity investment, that the city would participate at the fifth and sixth level of the waterfall in terms of getting a return on its deemed equity which was the value of the land that the retail is constructed on. And so the first priority was met. The city's funding contribution to the stadium and the parking garage was capped at that amount. OSEG has to guarantee, and it's an event of default if they don't make the contributions to the Life Cycle Reserve Fund over the 30 years. But it's that third priority of the negotiations that hasn't been met. As a result, primarily of the additional equity that had to be invested by OSEG, a big piece of which is the cost of remediating that water infiltration and the steel corrosion that were unexpected. That the requirement of that additional equity invested by OSEG and earning a return on it and a recovery of it has it takes up net cash flow that goes into the waterfall to the extent that the city isn't going to receive the return it was expecting, and OSEG's return is also less.
May I jump in on I think there's also needs to be an appreciation that the waterfall does not represent the entirety of what the city is getting from this whole exercise, and there are at least 5 major components that are in addition to the waterfall that need to be considered. So I've talked already mentioned earlier that the city was going to be spending $3.8 million a year to maintain Lansdowne as it was. That's $3.8 million a year out for getting essentially nothing. That needs to be factored into when you're saying where are the taxpayers going to be in relationship to what's been
not
done.
to get in an argument with you, Mr. Greenberg, but that is making the assumption that this council would never have decided to do something else with Lansdowne. I don't think you can necessarily make that assumption.
Okay, but this is in the city report, so I'm just simply repeating what was in the city report.
The fact is Lansdowne, the city did nothing for Lansdowne. It was an eyesore and a dump for 20 years. So
I think we
the
would
reality
have.
is
So
that,
there you go.
So Mr. Greenberg, if you'd like to carry on.
Second major component that's not included in any of these numbers is the sale of the air rights that took place. If not for this transformation plan, the city would not have received the air right sales from the commercial and the residential. So that's the second component. A third component, when you talk about the debenture and the city's investment of $132 million, that money was borrowed. If we want to make the comparison to what OSEG contributed in its equity, if we want to throw in then, we should be throwing in $120 million that we borrowed to build the retail. So the city's net investment in the infrastructure is actually zero, because it's going to be paying for the debenture through the realty taxes that it's generating from this project at a very low level, in the same way that from our rents that we're achieving for the retail, we're paying our mortgage financing. So if you're including one, you should include the other. The fourth component is that the city will get an ownership interest in the retail, 50% of the retail, which we have now had appraised at $187 million. At the end of the waterfall period, the city will have a 50% ownership in that retail for $0. It's not paying anything. It's part of the deal that's involved, and there is value to that. And then lastly, again, after the waterfall is over, there will be land rent paid by the retail development to that but for this transformation plan, that land rent would not be paid as well. So I think when looking at the totality of the return to the taxpayers of the city, the waterfall represents a component, but not the entirety of what's coming to it.
Councillor Deans.
Well, there's so much to talk about on this file. I just don't know where to go next. But, I mean, I take your point that there is some value. Mr. Kirkpatrick, Mr. Greenberg identified the retail value of $187 million. What's the net present value of the city's net equity in that?
In the retail? So, of course, a lot of assumptions need to go into that, but we looked at that recently, and again, the agreement, so at the end of the 30 years, and the Lansdowne Partnership Plan agreement ends, and then what's left is the partnership between the city and OSEG in the retail. So for 40 years after the end of that, so year 31 to year 70, the agreement is that the city begins to receive the rent to be paid on the value of the retail land that the retail is sitting on. and then participates 50% in the net profits of the retail for the 40 years, and then after that, the city owns it outright. And we estimate the net present value of the rental stream and the 50% participation between $40 and $45 million in today's dollars.
Okay. So my next question is, since the pro forma has changed and effectively the $22.6 million we had anticipated getting at the end of the 30 years is gone, could we start eroding that value, that $40 to $45 million beyond that point, if the pro forma continues to change negatively?
No, the city's participation from the partnership plan over the 30 years never goes negative. It goes to zero, and it doesn't get worse than that, and it's not related to the value of the retail. It's not, I apologize. It's not related to the value of the retail post the LPP.
Okay. I also just want to understand the issue around the steel and the how.
No, we're not dealing with the steel issue now.
Oh, we're not dealing with the steel issue?
Report.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's important to understand the steel issue and the impact on the waterfall, but the resolution of the dispute around the steel issue is the second report.
Okay, I'll tell you what I want to know, and then you can tell me if this is the right time to ask it. I just want to understand financially how the city is better off settling with OSEG than if we wanted arbitration. I just don't understand the numbers.
That is the second report.
That's the second report. Okay. So I also wanted to talk about the buildings on the site that the city owns. So maybe if Mr. Chenier could come back. Just wanted to ask, I know this is not 24. Is Mr. Chenier still in the room? Yeah.
Yes, and if I could, Councillor, I'd recommend that Mr. McNair come down as well.
Okay. So I know this is a 2014 report, and things may have changed, but you talked about how there's been a take-up on the buildings that we own on the site, both the horticultural building and the Aberdeen Pavilion. So I want to know if there are profit centers for the city now, if they were in 2014, if they're getting more profitable, and where that money goes if we're turning a profit.
Chair, in 2014, the department showed a surplus. We have a relatively small budget compared to the numbers you're talking about here. It's under $2 million for the full operation, and that includes, excuse me, our contribution to maintenance. In 2014, the city operation at the park had about a $20,000 surplus. That included, compensation for our staff on site, offset for the most part by revenue brought in by rentals and programming.
Okay, and just one final question to Mr. Greenberg. You mentioned that the city received air rights for the condominiums, and I just don't recall how much we got for that.
I would have to confirm this, but I believe it was approximately about $10.2 million that we netted out, but I'd have to confirm that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Deans. Conseiller Monette, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I guess I would like to make a comment, but I'll do it in the form of questions, so I think people will realize what my comment is at the end of my questions.
You can do either comments or
questions. No, okay, I think I'll go this route for now. When we're hearing about the waterfall, how can we quantify the economic revenues that hosting the Grey Cup can bring to a city? And I guess my first question to you, and then go to the city manager. TSN, RDS, just recently put out the statement, 10 million viewers watched the Grey Cup. 10 million people saw the name of the city of Ottawa. I don't know how many times. 10 million people. I wasn't watching TV. I was one of the fortunate ones at the game. But 10 million people probably saw what the outside of Lansdowne was. You probably saw what the city of Ottawa look like? How can we quantify what 10 million viewers would mean for advertising money, as for marketing money towards our city? Is there any way to quantify that?
In my own opinion, Chair, not in a not easily. I don't think you'd find anybody that would say that that isn't worth something, and many people would believe it's worth a great deal. You can speak to economic development people, to marketers. The amount of earned media that is obtained through that is immense, but what is a dollar value of that? It's very difficult to say. I think it's important, back in 2012, when Council considered this and approved moving into the partnership plan, there was a consideration at that time of revenue neutrality, and we're speaking about the waterfall here today, but at the time, as Mr. Greenberg mentioned, Council was interested in understanding what are sort of the inflows and the outflows to this from the perspective of revenue neutrality. And so the way that discussion went was, what would the city's debt service charges be for the amount that it would be providing for the redevelopment. And then the first reduction or takeaway from that would be, as Mr. Greenberg mentioned, what the city's base budget was at the time for Lansdowne, and an imputed amount for what the life cycle contribution would need to be, and that was I think just over $4 million that was deducted from it. And then the second deduction was what the city was expecting to receive through distributions from the waterfall, and that left a residual amount. And then when that amount was compared to what the commercial and retail taxes were expected to be paid by the development on site, we came up with a ratio, and in 2012 that ratio was something like 23%, I believe. So if one of every four commercial and retail property tax dollars that was going to be paid at Lansdowne, if you considered it was incremental, i.e. that development would not have taken place somewhere else in the city if it hadn't taken place at Lansdowne, then the perspective was this was revenue neutral. So the fact that we're no longer receiving that $22 million MPV out of the distribution, of course, increases that percentage. So one would need to be comfortable that something probably closer to 40 or 45% of the taxes that would be paid would be incremental. And there's a wide range of opinions on to what extent the development that's there is incremental or it isn't. But in all of that debate, the issue that you've raised, which I like to characterize, what's the public sector value of that redevelopment? What is it worth to this community to have a redeveloped stadium, that events like a FIFA Women's World Cup, hopefully a Grey Cup in 2017, all of that activity, what's that worth to the community? Some would say it's priceless, but I think you can't put a number on it one way or the other. Okay, so I guess another question is, I looked at statistics. In 2006, Grey Cup in Winnipeg generated $40 million in revenue to the city. I look at statistics for 2015 Grey Cup, 28,000 visitors went to Winnipeg. $85.5 million was generated for extra revenue to the businesses and the hotels. I mean, if you were in Winnipeg, these guys were in Winnipeg, we saw what happens in a Grey Cup. The city is just bursting at the seams. And I guess, when we're figuring out the waterfall, again, how can we quantify the value of $85 million coming into your city? Does that not affect the waterfall in some way? I think, we have to start looking at what are the net benefits, not only the negatives. It's always easy to go negative, but let's look at positive. What is it bringing the city? These are two items, and if you just explain for $85.5 million, and that's in 2015. If we get a Grey Cup in 2017 and 2018, and the commissioner has said that, yes, we will get a Grey Cup very soon, we can expect that type of revenue in our city. We can expect 10 million viewers to be watching a game on TV in our city. We can expect 85 million right now, maybe 100 million when we have the Grey Cup. Is there any way to quantify that when we're having these discussions? The answer is yes. I could have Mr. Bashir and his team give you analysis of what it's worth to the Ottawa community to host these major events. I mean, the report that's in front of you, Chair, is we didn't quantify that in 2012. It surely is of value, but we didn't quantify it. We can provide you with some of that information for your information in the future. But this report presents what was the quantification in 2012, what were the issues that were considered invalued, and what are they today. But, of course, that is worth a significant amount, and I can ask Mr. Bashir to quantify those major events for you. The public sector value that I was talking about goes beyond that. It's not the major events, but it's the animation of that site, the activity, the community enjoyment of it. What's that worth? Difficult to tell.
Another comment was mentioned. I mean, we saw the slides before and after, and before it always amazes me that people defend the before as compared to the after. We're looking at $4 million, or close to $4 million a year, right? That was a correct statement, or $3.8 million. If you equate that, and this, Councillor Dean said, oh, well, yeah, but we would have done something different. But let's go back to 2005 to 2015. Nothing was done different. What does that equate to the taxpayers right now? $40 million that could be saved down the road. How many years before that did we keep putting in $3.8 million or to that tune? So that was a wasteland. And I guess my question now is, after what we see the new version of TD Place, we see the Red Blacks, which are generating excitement across Canada. We see the Fury that are generating excitement. We see the Ottawa 67s. We see concerts, AC/DC at the TD Place. I don't know how much that generated in that one event. Festivals, green space, increased green space. We see recreational activities that we never saw before at Lansdowne. And what's a bonus with all of this is that if we had done nothing and left in a sea of concrete, we would not have 653 new jobs at that location. Am I correct to assume that? So I want to put that into a question.
Yes, I think it's correct.
We would not have also 1,500 part-time jobs in the time of recession. Is that correct? So, it's very easy to be a naysayer. We had a lot of naysayers before. But I think overall the city, and now I'm going to go with the statement, I believe that the city of Ottawa, the residents, and across Canada would say that we made a good deal and we should keep on going the way we're going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And I think just one other, we did an announcement with FIFA and the Canadian Soccer Association, and they estimated a $28 million economic impact to the city of Ottawa, and that was an independent study done. Could I just ask the Treasurer, what is the annual property tax revenue that we now receive? Because before this, it was zero, because, of course, we didn't pay ourselves property tax. So to the Treasurer, what's the annual property tax revenue that we get on an ongoing basis?
It's currently estimated at $2.7 million.
And that, once more properties are rented, that figure will go up, obviously?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Chernyshenko, please. Or, sorry, Councillor Egloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief because I don't think I can say it any better than Bob just said. I think he hit all the high points. I do have one question for staff, though. One of the things that I've heard from some of my residents, and this won't come as news, I don't think, is the splash pad, the water park effect there. And I have had some discussions with Marco Manconi about it. I see one of the Manconi brothers is in the audience, but the wrong one, I think. So maybe Dan, you can speak to that, because I think there are things coming down the pipe, so to speak, that are going to change that experience, make it a little bit better.
Yes, Chair. You're right. The uplift installation that was launched last summer, we did experience some disappointment in terms of its the water feature associated with it, because very much people were in the frame of mind that it was a splash pad, and of course it was not specifically designed for that. So Mr. Manconi and our colleagues in design and construction have looked at some remediation measures to do two things. One, to make the experience a little bit more enjoyable from a water play perspective, but also to address some of the safety issues that were identified, a drop in the level of the paver stones, as well as some of the edges, those kinds of things. So the work on that has been planned and will be put into execution as soon as winter passes, and will be in place for the opening of the feature next spring.
Well, that answers my second question, what the timing on the improvements were going to be, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Aguilar. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Thank you. To the great relief of pretty much everyone, I'm going to stay away from any of the what-ifs or any "I told you so's" or anything like that, and focus on what we've got and how we make it work better. So absolutely, congratulations are in order to a number of people. It was a huge project. Of course, I'm on record as having voted against this for a variety of reasons, which are also on record, but long ago shifted to trying to make it work. The big successes, certainly of the sports teams, have helped to drive fans to the venue. The to-date sort of work-in-progress successes of residential and commercial on-site and City Park are still developing. We don't know how they will end up, so I'd like to put the energy into making them all as successful as possible. With that in mind, this is a partnership. That's with a capital P, mentioned often. What I am wondering is, what I see that there's a sort of joint decision-making or dispute resolution on the financial side. There's a mechanism. I'm wondering, this would really be a question perhaps initially to Dan Chenier, perhaps Mr. Kirkpatrick, as well as to OSEG. There is a line that's quite distinct in terms of who manages what property. There are some agreements. Otherwise, how are we approaching the challenges of events, activities that might cross over that line, that might be unclear as to who is responsible? Can you describe to me your understanding of formal or informal mechanism for doing that? We did have a couple of events this past year where last-minute changes to farmers market operations, or putting certain facilities or support mechanisms on sides of that line were up in the air. I'd like to understand better how that's working and how you think it could be improved.
Chair, I can take a stab at starting on this one. The first year has certainly been a year of learning. It's exposed us to the different types of activities at Lansdowne, and as you've put it, where we have a shared responsibility and have to work together. Bernie and I have already had a sit-down session to begin to talk about working out the details that now become evident, because even though we imagined this place, for many years, talking about it, once we got down to actually having people come to the site and hold their activities, some of the things that we'd imagined were somewhat a little bit different once they became operational. So we've agreed to sit down and to put some more specificity to that partnership in terms of responsibilities, how we work together, how we share resources. We've talked about how we deepen the collaboration that needs to be there to do those kinds of things. At the same time, we are entering negotiations with the farmers market, which is another piece of that site, and we'll be working with them because some of the issues that we've experienced in the first year very much related to a convergence of activities, a football game, a farmers market, and perhaps something in the urban park at the same time. So we want to, first of all, sound them out, work with them and with OSEG to make sure that the the roles are clear, the process for heavy days of activity is clear, what the gives and the must-dos are on that kind of thing. So that is very much from the first year of learning and negotiation between OSEG and the city now on a go-forward plan, and the same thing with the farmers market.
Yeah, I don't know that I can add anything. Well said, and I will back up what Dan has said. We are working together to get away from perhaps just looking at an agreement as a way to govern our relationship, but rather how can we mutually benefit from things going on the site. OSEG is a huge supporter of the farmers market, and we want them to be successful. They are good for the site. They are great in terms of attracting people down to the site. So we will do everything possible to make sure that anything that might impact the farmers market is dealt with very, very carefully. So we are collaborating, we're learning as we go, and we're very optimistic that we're going to be able to make sure that the site's a success in terms of that cooperation.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear what I am hearing. My sense is that we absolutely have to be more specific, perhaps be even more formal in terms of here's what we're thinking of doing, here's a big act that we're thinking of booking, here's something new, unusual that might happen on the site, from both parties. How do we make this work? How do we not impinge on what's going on your side and throw a wrench into the operations? Better yet, how do we actually make this a win for everyone? And here's a good segue into the relationship with the Glebe BIA. Similarly, how do we make sure that what's happening on that site not only doesn't disrupt normal activities in a whole street of businesses and services, but might actually be to the benefit of those as well. So I do take great interest in where we might formalize that beyond just notices, heads up, here's what's happening, but actual consultation. Here's what we're thinking of. What do you think? What might be the concerns? I think that's important, and wherever necessary to inform the board councillor or others as well.
Councillor, if I may just jump in for 1 sec. I mean, you're absolutely correct, because visitors to the property have no clue about the difference between OSEG's part of the site and the city's part of the site, and quite frankly, they shouldn't. They want to come and experience all that's good about Lansdowne, all that's good about TD Place, and invariably, if you have one event that then ruins it for many others coming there, that doesn't work. So the past year has been one of experience, it's been one of learning, it's one of collaborating with the city to figure out how we can increase the experience of everybody that wants to come and to participate in an event, whether they want to come shopping at Whole Foods or they want to come to folk festival, whatever. There's a learning pattern that's taking place, and we want to make that the best experience so that people will continue to return. It's in our economic interest, and it's in our general interest to try to collaborate together with the city and with other users like farmers market, etc., to improve the experience for everybody.
Related then, I'm focusing first really on sort of partnership and operational activities. We have an agreement then, as is being brought up, that leads to the EY Centre, if I'm paraphrasing it, maybe having a kind of a right of refusal to certain kinds of activities that can no longer happen at Lansdowne, maybe cannot happen at all, or only could if the EY Centre sort of declined that opportunity. My concern is that may be unduly restrictive in the sense that the types of bookings at, say, the Aberdeen Pavilion or the horticulture building may be extremely narrow, and there's a business model challenge, to that. And we've seen Aberdeen Pavilion underused. What exactly the reasons are for that? Probably many, from weather and and its fit out. can anyone help me understand the nature of that agreement, what is being restricted, and whether that can be, should I say, more collaborative, more negotiable than where it is right now?
Chair, there is a restriction on trade shows, so Lansdowne, as part of our agreement and with the UI Centre, is not to operate trade shows that would compete with one of their prime lines of business. And again, on the theme of learning over the last year, we have explored the market and tried different things, and in some cases have perhaps raised a concern with certain types of events that we've offered. We've also worked with legal services to better define what trade shows in terms of a definition would be, and where we really are limited and where perhaps we can explore new markets. They have produced a paper that helps guide us with that, and we're just in the process of reviewing that. And so in essence, we know that some of the large trade shows that previously would have been either in the former Civic Centre or Aberdeen or both, some of those probably cannot return, but there are probably an area of market that are fairs, artisan fairs, those kinds of things that we may be able to, food fairs, which we've explored, maybe the area of the market where we can gain some business and do something that is perfectly suited to things like Aberdeen and horticulture because of their urban kind of attractiveness. So that's the path we're going down.
And that's precisely the type of target, if you will, that I think is, to a degree, missing from the site. It's been extremely successful in attracting, weddings and even late-night parties, and I'll get to that, and some of the noise challenges.
You're out of time, but we'll put you back on the list.
Sure.
Okay,
so yeah, just to finish up two words on that point, that's precisely, it's sort of those mid-sized to smaller events, arts-related, so that the site doesn't feel always over-programmed with a certain kind of, just sports, just music, amplified music, but has a better mix.
Right. You want to be back on the list? Yeah, I think a good example of that, it was the Makerspace Fair at the Aberdeen. It was a fantastic, very creative event that took place there a couple of weeks ago. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Mr. Fitzpatrick and Kirkpatrick and Greenberg know, I was heavily involved in the discussions on the waterfall from day one and even up into this year. So I have an interest in making sure it's working. And I support everything that Councillor Manette said. I think there's huge benefits for the overall. I just wanted to get a little better understanding of a few of the things. That the first 30 years, for some reason, there's more cash being generated. You said 110 million over 30 years. And the distribution is higher, but all of that, I take, is going back to the OSEG because of the higher contribution you put into, and the city is not getting any. Am I reading that correctly? Okay. And so I believe the city's debenture is 40 years for what we put into that. So that the 30 years we are supposed to be getting, the whole waterfall was not just the waterfall. The points that you raised about the taxes and things are all part of it. The property taxes now is $2.7 million. That's not enough to pay the annual payment, I think. The idea was that we would get enough money from the property taxes to pay our debt as we went forward. We still wouldn't have anything more for paying for services, which property taxes are supposed to pay for. That was something I argued at the time. Is that correct, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
No, Chair, I don't think it is. As I was describing earlier, the first deduction from the debt service charge would be the operating budget base that the city would be able to vacate because it was no longer responsible for funding the operations and the life cycling of Lansdowne.
Yeah.
That's right, $3.8 million.
What is the annual payment we're making on that debt?
I don't know, Isabel, if you have that number.
I don't have the dollar figure, but it's 4.5% debt on the 140 million.
Yeah. I think, if I recall correctly, I think it was 7.4 million.
Yes, so something in that range.
Yeah.
And that does not include the park. That's just for the stadium, the OSEG part of it.
The Lansdowne Partnership.
And there was about another 50 or 60 million, I think, for the park.
I think Isabel said 42
yeah.
is the expenditure to date.
43.9, yeah.
And
If I may, Councillor, just to point out that that figure of $2.7 million is a very preliminary figure.
Well, I
But
realize
it's-
that.
I mean, it will grow substantially within the next year or so.
Yeah, I
I
know
do
you're not
believe,
full yet.
if I may, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I think we are very close to the pro forma expectations of what the realty taxes will generate once the site is fully operational, compared to what we had projected back in 2012.
I think that's premature. It's too soon to say. As Isabel reported, that's the assessment that's on the books to date. We'll need to sit down and review that with MPAC to see how it compares to what we were expecting.
Yeah. And because it's reassessment in 2016, that will obviously have an impact on how it goes, and that's something we don't
But the
control.
comforting figure is that our net rents, which is what the taxes will be based
Yeah.
upon, are pretty close to pro forma. In fact, they may even be a little bit better than pro forma. So if you ask me for a prognostication, I would expect that the realty taxes should end up being very close to what we had pro forma back in 2012.
And I understand that the air rights for the residential have been paid and have been used to reduce how much we had to borrow. Yeah. I don't think the net present value matters for this particular project because we're not about to sell our rights in it, which you use net present value for. But after the 31st year on, which is going to be long after any of us are here, me particularly, the city should be getting a bit of a bonanza from this because they get part ownership and various other things. Although there will be costs after 30 years, you have to improve the premises again. But so we're going to help the future people more than we are helping them now. The part that we borrowed for the park, I take it the operating costs that you talked about earlier is just paying, what the money coming in is just covering the operating costs, and there's no payment back of the capital that went into it from what you're earning there.
That's correct. It's just the operating cost.
So that's, I take it then we're paying that out of property taxes then, the cost of the park development?
Net of any revenues that Dan's team generates from it, yes.
Yeah, which is not, the net isn't very much, as he said. So that's what we're going to be seeing on the property taxes. And that would be
We expect that the net operating cost, you have a budget of $2 million, I think, is what we, is the net.
Chair, the net budget is $1.7 million. About that amount is entirely the facility operating costs of the site. The programming component of that is about $600,000, and it's almost entirely recovered through revenues. And so really the
nothing
net
left over
cost.
to pay the debt, though.
No.
That's what I was getting at. So we have several $1 million a year that's going in. I don't mind doing that, except for Fortin facility, but I think we need to know that. Because it was all, although it's not part of OSEG, it was all sort of done in a package deal at the time, and we'd like to make sure we all know that. And so basically, if we take out the disputed part, which could cost the city more money or not, depending how it's resolved, we're going to be breaking even but not getting any return for 30 years. That's what I'm hearing.
We're not receiving the $22.6 million in net present value terms that we were expecting to get as distributions from the waterfall. We, of course, harvesting the benefit of being able to vacate the property, the budget base that we had for the operations of Lansdowne in 2012.
The other things are still there. I realize that. It's just that was supposed to be additional. The one thing I was wondering is some of the extra costs, like startup costs and things like that, were underestimated by rather sizable amounts, and I would have thought that's something that you would have had a better grasp on.
So if I may, it's perhaps jumping into the resolution part. So, Mr. Mayor, if I'm jumping ahead, under every circumstance that we're talking about, even with the resolution, OSEG will be paying for the cost to repair the steel roof in the Civic Center. So regardless of whether it's our position or the resolution position or your position, each case, OSEG pays for it. The only thing that's different is that where the resolution is that we're asking the city to guarantee that so that we can bring down the cost and improve the return to the city. But the city is not putting out any cash to pay for the repairs to the
You're
civic
getting
center.
a lower interest rate by having the city.
Substantially.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two...
And if I could just comment on that, too, if we did not have this partnership, we would have to be replacing the roof.
I realize that. I think this.
So
I have no
it's
problem
not
with
as if that problem goes away without the partnership. It's still
Anytime
there.
you're working on an existing building, you get surprises. We had that very big time out in the Goulburn Pool because you can't see it ahead of time, and it's the same kind of situation. So I have no problem. I'm glad it's been repaired.
I think
because
Roger
it's
had
been
another
lasting a
point,
lot longer.
Marianne. Marianne. Sorry, Mr. Greenberg was still speaking.
On to your second part of what you were suggesting. So some of the things which the world changed dramatically from 2009 to 2012 in terms of technology. Quite frankly, we only really became aware of it as we were through the summer of 2012, when we understood that the Ottawa Senators were going to be spending a significant amount of dollars to upgrade what is now the Canadian Tire Centre, and is all based around technology. And as we began to look into it more and realize what was taking place throughout the world, the advantage of getting an improved TV contract, which we're benefiting from, the partnership is benefiting greatly from the TSN contract that they entered into with TSN. The corollary to that is that there needed to be a more investment to get fans off their couch to actually come to the game. And so we've spent close to $10 million on technology in order to, that was not budgeted, as an example, to improve the game day experience so that people would come to us. Now, a large part of that is being recouped from improved sponsorships, because our sponsors want to make sure that people are coming to the games, TD Bank, Cisco, TELUS, etc. So, yes, you're seeing an investment of $10 million, but that's also one of the reasons why our revenues are much higher. So the two go hand in hand together. Other things that took place are things like when we did the pro forma, if you again keep in mind, up until the last moment, we weren't sure when we were going to start. So we had projected pro formas for start dates and things like that really all came together at the very last moment, and it turns out that some of the softness in the rental market was such that tenants didn't move in as quickly as we expected. Bernie went on, substantially to say, why do we have a full year of expenses, but we only had half a year of revenue? In the pro forma, we had assumed that those would both take place at the same time. And then I think the third broad experiences, and this is something that we talked about extensively, our approach initially was to make sure that every possible opportunity was taking place to make sure that there was a top-notch game day experience for everybody. And this was from transportation to everything that was taking place. What we realized is, through experience, is that a lot of the expenditures we had in that first year could be reduced. So, for example, transportation costs. We spent approximately $1.2 million more in transportation in 2014 than in 2015. Now, if you asked anybody who experienced the 2 years, they would say, well, they thought it was fine. They both were acceptable, but through efficiencies, working with the city, working with OC Transpo, Ottawa Police Services, we were able to reduce costs tremendously in 2015 that had been compared to in 2014. So those are, I could go on and give all kinds of examples like that, where things that took place that surprised us to some extent as we are working through with the fan experience, that we were able to improve things, and that's why 2015 is better than 2014, and 2016 will be better than 2015.
So if we do really well that way, maybe some of that $22.4 million will come back.
That's our goal.
It's possible.
Yeah, our goal, I mean, that's one of the, people said when the TSN contract came out that, it was unbelievable what CFL had done. And then 6 months later, the NHL does the contract with Rogers, and people are saying, why did we do such a bad deal with TSN? So the world changes dramatically in some ways, in ways that we can't imagine 6 months later. So, we are continuing
30
to...
years from now, things will be very different anyway. I just want to say, thank you for the work you've put into this. Because I've been at many meetings with you on this issue, I know how complicated and difficult right up to the day of approvals. So we had a meeting during the meeting, actually, to get this to something that would be more workable. And I recognize the issues that have come up, because this is existing facility, it's very difficult to deal with that. And I think the partnership is really good for the city, and I think that having the facility is very good for the city.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I think that I really think it's more positive, even though the things have changed a little bit. I think it's still in a positive vein, Mr. Mayor. And I had a meeting as recently, just about a month ago, about one aspect of them, with trying to go over some things, and the ongoing discussions on this, I think, are very helpful.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a couple of comments. I want to add to what Councillor Manette said and remind people that last year, as part of the Cracking Up the Capital Festival, which I'm the honorary chair of, we moved to Lansdowne from the NAC, and it's more than just a game day experience. There's the event experience there. I talked to a lot of people at that event that it was their first time back to the Lansdowne area, and they were just awe-inspired with how that location has transformed. We should mention, as you were saying, for highlights, Councillor Manette, we set a world record to get into the Guinness Book of Records for the most snowmen. We had Rick Mercer televise his show from there. He was there with us, and that was followed by another half hour on national TV with This Hour is 22 Minutes, being part of the Cracking Up the Capital Festival. So, how do you put values to that? I know it was a lot of fun, and we're coming back again this year, and I look forward to that. If I could say one thing I would like to see improved on there is the history of the site, being the location for the Ottawa X. I know we have one street that's called Exhibition Way that we just temporarily renamed, and that's what brought it to my attention was, as a former member of the board of the Ottawa X, there's people involved with the X for many years that were worried that could get changed. And I'm wondering if there's any plans in the future to maybe put some sort of a plaque or something up there to commemorate the contribution that the X made to that site over the years. So is there anything in the works for that, or could we just put it on a work list to do?
I'm wondering if I could just follow up on Councillor Hubley's question, because there was the commitment that we have the bust at the corner of Homewood and Bank. I'm trying to recall the gentleman who was very instrumental in the exhibition's founding and one of the great inventors. I think it's Thomas Ahern.
Yes. Thomas Ahern, Chair, and yes, it will be in...
Where is that? Because it was supposed to go up right on that corner where Sylvia Holden Park was.
Yes, on the corner of Bank and Homewood, and the base is, as my understanding is, the base has been put in, but because of the finishing work is quite fine and cold weather caught up to it, it will be done first thing in the spring when possible.
So I think, Councillor, that was a bust of an individual, and we referenced him and his contributions to the exhibition and the inventions that he brought to the at the official opening, and the family was there, if you recall. So that is going to be taken care of, and I thought it would be up by now, but it's a good point to remind us to get it up in the spring, because I guess they were waiting for all the landscaping on Homewood to be completed, which it now is, and it looks quite nice.
Thank you. Now, if I could ask the question as well, Mr. Mayor, I believe Mr. Greenberg touched on it earlier, what the cost to the city would have been to do nothing with that site. I'd like to just hear from Mr. Kirkpatrick. So would it be safe to say that if we had done nothing, if we had continued with the lack of vision for that location, would we have spent upwards of $50 million over 10 years, and not to be, I don't expect you to factor in what the cost would have been if that roof had collapsed, if our partners weren't there to find that problem before it fell down. Just in trying to maintain the site as it was, because eventually you would have had to tear down the stadiums. There was all kinds of costs coming up here to the city if they continued another 20 years of just wondering what to do with it.
So, Chair, as has been stated, of course, the city would have had alternatives that it could have considered, but under the scenario where we continued to operate that site as we had been, we would have been in excess of $50 million over 10 years, especially considering the steel remediation issue that we would have needed to have fixed.
Given, now we're going to go back to the 2010 election here, because, that was, for many of us, that was the experience of consulting with the residents citywide on what they thought about Lansdowne. It was one of the key issues of the campaign, and I look to the mayor because you're the one that campaigned across the city. Each of us campaigned in our wards. It was certainly an issue from what I've heard from other councillors. But given that that whole debate was taking place there, when you say that you had alternatives, I don't remember any discussion of any of those alternatives at the level of OSEG. Nothing was happening there. So there's nothing on that former council that would indicate to me or any member of the public that if this wasn't the deal, they were close to coming to an agreement to something else of this magnitude that could have been what is truly a jewel in the middle of our city right now. Would that be a fair statement?
I would agree that's a fair statement. In 2009, the city was in the midst of a study with respect to what to do with Lansdowne Park. Should that be the city's home of an outdoor stadium? Should alternate sites be considered for that? So the city had turned its mind to the future of Lansdowne Park. And then as part of that process, there was the proposal from OSEG. There was, you may recall, a competing proposal from Centre Sports Entertainment. And the city went through several process steps and then council arrived at the decision and directed staff to negotiate an agreement with OSEG with respect to the redevelopment of Lansdowne Park.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. I believe we had this debate in 2010. I believe we heard from the public that this is what they wanted to do. From what I'm hearing now, and I'm interested to hear what other councillors are hearing, but I'm hearing from folks that they believe this is still a good deal. Anytime you go into business, there's always surprises. There's things that you have to budget for. And with good partners like OSEG, this is an example of the business community stepping up when the city needed their involvement to deliver on, as I said earlier, a jewel in the community. This has gone from being an asphalt park into being a place that everybody in the city should go and visit. So I certainly support the recommendations of this report, and I want to thank Mr. Kirkpatrick and Mr. Chenier and our partners at OSEG for their perseverance through the objections of many to get to where we are today. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Harder, please.
Well, this should get interesting because I'm sitting here and I'm listening to, other than Councillor Manette and a couple of other people that have made positive comments, I want to say thank you. Okay? Here we are at such an infancy of this project. I don't think this city can say thank you enough. Councillor Manette brought up a whole bunch of really good points just on what it means to us financially and respectfully, not just in Ontario, not just in North America, but around the world. Okay? Just think about it. In two seasons, we had the Red Blacks in the Grey Cup game. Who would have ever thought that? What did that mean? What did that mean to the businesses in the glebe, to the people in this city? I mean, people that talked to me recently, like in the last week, about how phenomenal they think that the OC Transpo service is. I don't know one person coming in from Barrhaven on those thousands of people that's taking a car, that's even trying to. It's been a phenomenal success. And for the life of me, I can't understand why every time we have you come before us, we get into this nitpicking situation. Who else was going to come and invest? How much money have you invested in that Lansdowne Park? Yourselves, OSEG. A rough ballpark. Round it up, round it down. 110 million to date. Okay, 110 million, thank you. Mr. Chenier, we had the facility before. How much were we going to invest in the horticulture building that was falling apart on Bank Street? Any money in the life cycle? No. How about, we already paid for the Aberdeen, so that was good that we did that. But what about, how much did you have committed for the ceiling of the Civic Center? How much revenue were we getting from Lansdowne, the stadium at all? I'm asking lots of questions, Councillor.
Councillor Deans,
Actually, no, I'm looking
Excuse me, Councillor Deans, everyone was respectful when you asked your questions. I'd ask the same when Councillor Harder is asked. Well, you don't have the floor.
I've asked 6 questions.
You don't have the floor, so please respect your colleague.
And he has responded every time, if you were listening. I said, how much money did we have scheduled to spend on? And the answer was nothing for the horticulture. How much money did we have set aside for the roof inside the Civic Center? How much revenue were we generating from the Lansdowne Stadium itself? The Panda game?
Mayor, I don't have those figures, but there was a budget against the operation of that facility, but obviously it was not in a position to recover its costs.
And even our pride and other than the 67s having that as their home, the fact is that was our space for trade shows, right? Was it good space? I mean, there had to be a reason why the EY Center came along and made that investment. So was it working? Because the backup to that was the Nepean Sportsplex space. I recall that. So.
Chair, I think it's well known that, yes, even though it accommodated trade shows at Lansdowne, the space was broken up between the salons, the Assembly Hall, the Aberdeen Pavilion in some cases, and for a long time, probably going back to the 80s, it was a call for a better trade center.
And I remember that even when I was in the PM, because we were looking at the opportunity of offsetting what you couldn't do there at the Nepean Sportsplex. So let's talk a little bit about programming. When you had your slide presentation, you talked a lot about programming. How much programming was happening at that location previous to the opening? Like on a percentage, I mean, what were we doing there?
There was very little community programming going on at Lansdowne proper. It was mostly rentals through the city administration. The only programming was in what was formerly known as Sylvia Holden Park, in the corner of the park. But Lansdowne proper, there hadn't been anything for quite some time.
You know, I can go on and on and on with these questions, okay? And the fact is that at some point, we all collectively have to say, this is only going to get better. Because in the absence of nothing before, anything is an improvement. But we're so far beyond anything that the sky is we're just skimming the surface of opportunity right now, I think. I mean, just think about the people who before never would have gone there unless you were an alumni of Carleton or Ottawa U. Just imagine how many people in New York City when our team was playing there, the Fury was playing there in that final game. How many people said, "Where are these guys from? I want to go and see them. We can drive there." Okay, we are building to 2017, and you have a phenomenal amount of work to do, as do we, at that location. I would say that it's our responsibility and our opportunity more than any other place in our city that is under our control, in our partnership. And I can't even imagine how fantastic it's going to be. But for the life of me, I can't understand how some people can't get beyond, they voted no several times in the history of being elected for something that has been such an incredible success story in our city. And, you know, I asked you about life cycle, Mr. Chenier, because look what's happening at the Walter Baker. Okay? Walter Baker is 35 years old in Barrhaven. It's over 200,000 square feet. We have ceiling problems there because of the humidity in the ice and in the pool. We have a slide that hasn't worked. We haven't been able to use it for a year and a half. Okay, and now we have problems in the food court. We don't have the money to invest in life cycle, as we all know that you have. And again, I just want to say thank you. And I look forward to all the opportunities to come for as long as I have a say in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harder. Councillor Shenashenko, second round.
Since I wasn't interested in revisiting the past half an hour ago, I'm still not. Moving forward, the Aberdeen Pavilion and its condition. Mr. Chenier, I'd like to be sure that we are setting aside to have a schedule to ensure that buildings such as, I mean, we're all hearing about the failure to keep up previous buildings. That's absolutely true, and the only way that won't repeat itself is if we're ensuring that maintenance and upkeep is occurring. The Aberdeen Pavilion is one that stands out where it seems not to have got a new coat of paint, some roof problems. What sort of schedule are we looking at for that?
Through the chair, working with ISD, we have identified that for Aberdeen, the roof is probably the next biggest challenge, and work is afoot to scope out that work, I believe, and to identify the funds over the next year or so to be able to address the issues of the periodic leaks that the roof provides.
The Ottawa Farmers Market, I think I've heard everyone say they have an interest in helping it thrive. What concrete steps are foreseen in these next few weeks? Or you're renegotiating an agreement? Are there? Can you clarify for us what you have heard and what's planned for helping them to continue to be a presence, and better than just a presence, a thriving part of that site?
Top of mind, there are probably a few issues. One of them is the anchors for their stalls. Up until now, they have been operating with the assumption that 26 stalls would receive permanent anchors. That was devised, again, early on before actual experience, so we need to validate what their actual requirements are going to be and then move forward with an understanding on that both parties can live with. I think the other issue that has rose over the last year is the farmers market on game day, and getting an understanding, working with OSEG and the farmers market, of what to do with those events when they're happening on the same day. We have looked at early closings to accommodate the farmers market exiting before the start of a game and not conflicting with that, but that has met with some resistance. We have looked at their request to close Marche Way on certain days, and that is not a resolved issue yet. Towards the end of the season, we had accommodated an offset for that by letting them use the inside of Aberdeen Pavilion. That may be an option. So we need to look at those kinds of issues that have cropped up over the first year and seek a resolution to all of those, so that all the partners on the site know, especially on game days, because for the most part, when there isn't another activity on at the park, the activity blends in quite well without conflicting with anything, but it's really on game days that we need to resolve those issues.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely critical that be allowed to encourage to thrive, and that we figure out how to do so on game days as well, although that may add another complicating factor on game days. I've even heard from people, imagine I'm on my way to a game, I walk through a farmer's market, I come out, I pick something up, that there be this sort of intermingling, unless there's something extraordinary that makes that impossible for a particular event, that we encourage that. Integration with the Glebe BIA. I do have concerns that although there's a memorandum of understanding, there's agreements there, that we're still not at the point where people get the sense that I'm at Lansdowne, I see signage that includes the rest of the BIA, there are some agreements, website, signage. Where do things stand on that, and what improvements do you see still coming? Perhaps Mr. Ashley best on that.
Sure. Yes, under the Memorandum of Understanding, we are to ensure that any visitors to the site would see directories that included the Glebe BIA retailers on their site, and we will do so. So part of the improvements we're making with directory signage on the site for December that are below the surface and for the spring that are above the surface include that. One of the elements in our plan is to have digital directories on site so that we can be animate a lot more, and that's probably going to be deferred until 2017. So we are working with the Glebe BIA to ensure that the directory is up to date, references to websites are up to date, that we're cooperating on some of the website marketing activities that are going on. Our retailers are members of the BIA. One of our retailers is on the board of the BIA, Lisa Slater. So there's great cooperation at the highest levels to ensure that takes place.
Got a question around the mix that we're seeing on the site. It was acknowledged by any of the consultants initially that having the right mix was going to be key to this being a thriving site, not just too much of one thing and not enough of another. I'm a bit concerned that the quite successful but very prevalent pubs, bars, late hours drinking is becoming now, with a very large one opening on Bank Street, and I say this carefully, has the risk of overbalancing the site, the risk that it become, the place to go to drink. And while I enjoy the occasional beer myself, that it not become a problem, that it not become, a new policing area that we've got to worry about. Is there a cap or an ideal mix that you're looking at to try to ensure that doesn't happen?
Well, Councillor, for better or for worse, Bernie and I are neither of us are what I would call retail specialists. So we look to our partner John Ruddy, owner of Trinity, one of the partners of OSEG, who's developed millions of square feet across Canada. And we asked him this very question as recently as a week ago, and John feels that what we have is a terrific mix. In fact, we're looking at the annex building, the small building in between the residential tower and the office building as being for a restaurant as well. He has no concerns with the area becoming known as a restaurant district, so that people who want to come, if we're doing something that is very different, we will get people that will come from Canada to downtown in order to come to Lansdowne. So it's trying to get something that they can't experience elsewhere in the city by and large. And as someone who's, as I said, has developed millions and millions of square feet of retail, he has no concerns about the percentage of restaurants that we have in the mix right now.
So I say this carefully. Of course, there is a difference between the purely commercial interest of the right mix and the right mix for neighbors and a neighborhood, which this very much still is in. So I think I would just flag that as something we really need to keep an eye on. I did have my regular meeting with Deputy Police Chief yesterday, where we talked about issues, and it is something they have to keep an eye on. That let it not make its way over some gray line into becoming a problem, too much of that kind of activity.
Absolutely, but I will point out that when we were having meetings with the Glebe BIA, one of the things that they wanted to promote aggressively for us was more restaurants. That was the one thing that they absolutely wanted to see even higher than what we had at the time. So as a representative of the business voice, I can't speak obviously to the community association per se, but from the business voice of the surrounding area, they were encouraging us to actually take on more restaurants than what we have at present. That notwithstanding, no matter who the residents are there, who the retailers are, whatever issues arise, we're going to have to deal with them. There would be different issues if there were different retailers. You've discussed what would happen if there could be a problem with this particular use, and we'll deal with that as well.
Thank you. Finally, then, just a couple of questions on transportation. It's been interesting to see the shift from the shuttles to the very popularity of OC Transpo instead. Of course, the big challenge, and dare I say it, one of the reasons why there was concern about this site in the very first place was it's so dependent on Bank Street, which can be congested on any day, just with ordinary day-to-day activities going on there. Is there the potential, I suppose this, Mr. Ash really, and maybe from the city, is there the potential that some OC buses could actually use the shuttle loop and use the driveways? Because otherwise, we saw when we did a trial of just using Bank Street that it did not work, even for a medium-sized game. My concern is if we go too far towards just OC service, that Bank will become overly congested. Is there a flexibility in that agreement, or is it purely the sort of the yellow school bus use of the shuttle loop?
The approval we now have from the NCC only includes the school bus-style shuttle service that we now operate. That's not to say they wouldn't be open to an alternative arrangement if it was necessary. The NCC has been very supportive, and frankly, primarily because of the success of the transportation model, to working together, collaborating, and trying to find ways of doing things differently or better. We feel we're pretty well at the point now where we can't handle more OC Transpo on Bank Street. We need to continue to have a mix that includes shuttle services, and it'll be very important that we make that service work. We have loyal shuttle users and we have loyal OC Transpo users, as it were, so it is something we monitor. We have a full-time transportation manager, Hassan Madoun, who's very dutiful on this stuff, a great partner in OC Transpo that's also looking at this, but we don't feel we can handle more OC Transpo buses on Bank Street than we're handling right now, and we had some great egresses this year where games went into overtime and there were late finishes and so on, and we experienced the crush that happens when that occurs, and it all worked, but we wouldn't want to put any more buses on there.
So that being the case, then, this is what they call a softball or a loaded question. I take it you'd be in favor of a Midtown bridge between Fifth Avenue and Clegg on the other side as one way to open up a whole other way of getting to Lansdowne that isn't totally dependent on Bank Street, because that is one of the key arguments for that bridge.
We completely support the use of a pedestrian bridge to get into Old Ottawa East. We think that would make the site very dynamic for bicycles and pedestrians alike.
Go figure. We agree completely on some things. Thank you.
And we'd be happy to name it after you, Bernie, if you pay the foot the bill.
I didn't go that far.
Bernie Bridge. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, second round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I just wanted to go back and remind everyone around this table that Councillor Chernyshenko and I both started out this morning by congratulating OSEG on the many positives on that site. So not to have that lost on you, we recognize there's many positives on the site. I think we did congratulate you for that, so I just reiterate that. But I guess I take exception with the characterization from some of my colleagues around the table that the option was this deal or no deal, or let Lansdowne Park fall into disrepair and become a money pit. That was never the option. The option was to go to an RFP and to scan the world, frankly, to determine what the other options were, who wanted to come to the table, what their plans would look like, or what happened is OSEG preempted that work with the Ottawa option. So I guess, this is maybe retrospectively Mr. Kirkpatrick, but no, okay, moving forward then, would you recommend for another city building plan in the future that we do effectively a sole source as we did here in Lansdowne, or would you suggest that we always do a competitive bid? Would you still support an Ottawa option? Is that still on the table?
Well, that's a question I need to answer carefully, because my role is to fulfill the direction that Council gives me, and I can recall that in 2009 there was another option. So OSEG came forward with an unsolicited proposal. So did Senator Sports Entertainment. I recommended to Council that we actually stop and we institute a formal process where we would require both proponents to present their best proposal for the two alternative sites. I hired fairness commissioners. It was a structured process where an analysis was done, and we came to Council and we made a recommendation with respect to those two proposals. And at the time, I purposefully structured the recommendation, and it started with, should Council decide that a capital priority was the redevelopment or the construction of a new outdoor stadium, that it should, I recommended following that process. And Council at that time determined that. I guess I would answer that in general, I would always recommend an open, competitive, transparent process. Council had my advice in that regard in 2009, and it directed me to not to abandon the SSC proposal and to go and negotiate with OSEG, and it provided me with 15 very key principles that needed to be accommodated within the negotiations.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I agree with that, and I agree that there were other options. We went on this path, rightly or wrongly. Would you, as our city manager, suggest in future that the Ottawa option, like if we had another thing we're going to redevelop, would you recommend an Ottawa option again, or is that something that you would say we should abandon that Ottawa option? So I think it's still on our books.
Well, you're not asking me to comment on what my opinion is about the result that has been achieved here at Lansdowne, and I won't. That's not my role. My role is to tell you what we predicted in 2012 and what we're currently seeing. So I would say that my own view is that the Ottawa option is difficult when it involves the involvement of a city-owned piece of property and a real estate oriented development of it.
Okay, and I agree with you. But putting that aside, so maybe that's a policy discussion, Mr. Mayor, that we could have at this table in 2016 about whether or not we should not have an Ottawa option potential for other projects in the future. I think we should have that conversation. But as for this one, I think the unfortunate news here today, and as much as I think there's lots of positives, the red, blacks, and the fury, and the animation of that site and everything else, I still also think that there's some disappointment in this report today in the relatively minor return on investment our taxpayers were expecting is gone. And I think that is some disappointing news. And if you don't mind me saying so, I think some of my colleagues are protesting a little bit too much today. I mean, our job is to think with our heads, not our hearts. And I think, unfortunately, although there's still lots of positives on the site, the finances aren't as rosy as have been projected. And I think that's just an unfortunate reality. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the item? I'd like to offer some comments as someone who's been involved with Lansdowne Park longer than I think most people around this table, going back to being the councillor for the area in 1991. I think that was before Councillor Moffat was born. I think you have to look back on the history of this piece of property, going back many, many decades. And really the failure on the part of successive councils to properly invest in Lansdowne. And you look at what happened with the South Side stands. We had to demolish those stands because they were not safe. The Coliseum building, we remember the Coliseum building at the corner of Bank and Homewood. You couldn't go to the second floor of that building because it was condemned. The Pure Food building was knocked down. The Curladrome was knocked down. The horticulture building was completely inaccessible to the public. It was storage of exhibition props and so on. The salons of the Civic Center were these dingy, inaccessible halls that were an embarrassment for people to rent out to. And then we had the Aberdeen Pavilion, which was filled with thousands of pigeons. The windows were knocked out. The paint had been peeling. It hadn't been properly used for 15 or 20 years. And that was really the only building on the site that actually had a revitalization. And I was proud to work with former councillors Hume and O'Neill and the Central Canada Exhibition that contributed funds, and Richard Patton, the MPP for the area that got provincial dollars. And we finally got that building brought back to life. And you fast forward over the many years, and you quickly realize virtually no capital investment or no sensible plan was ever brought forward to revitalize 36 acres of asphalt, crumbling buildings, and weeds. That's really what Lansdowne was. And the only time you visited Lansdowne was when you had a ticket to go into a 67s game, and off and on for a Renegades or a Rough Riders game before they folded. So that was the situation that the last couple councils inherited. And we decided, wisely in my opinion, to sign up with a group of business leaders who have deep roots and incredible reputation in the city. Now, we all lived through the Horn Chen area and the Lonnie Gleiberman and Mr. Gleiberman and the absentee owners, and we saw what we got. We had failed franchises, a circus-like environment both on and off the field, and an embarrassment for the city and taxpayers. So what we decided to do was to partner with individuals who brought both credibility and money to the table, and a vision that was much greater than what any of us collectively around the table had ever even dreamed of, to make it a destination in the center of the city that would create jobs, create close to $3 million in property tax revenue, and create a little bit of excitement both on the playing surfaces and in the surrounding area. And at the same time, address the quest that so many people in the surrounding neighborhood had asked for: we want more green space. And so what we have today, let me just talk about the green space for a moment, is 3 times the amount of green space that was there before, 6 times the number of trees that were there before. The Great Lawn is roughly the size of the front lawn of Parliament Hill. And a day doesn't go by on a sunny day at Lansdowne when I haven't been there where you see dozens of kids tossing around a football or a frisbee or a soccer ball. And I'm proud of that urban park. I think we need to do some work on the water feature, as was addressed by Councillor Eglai, but it's become a real people place. The patios, the use of the horticulture building, which it's now become my favorite building in the city. It's used for weddings, for shows, for charity events. The Aberdeen Pavilion is getting more use. We've replaced acres of asphalt with everything from interlocking brick to grass. And we've seen some incredible activities through FIFA, through the Red Blacks, the Fury that went to the finals in New York City, the 67s that are doing well on the ice. And at the same time, we made the collective decision to get out of the trade show business because we weren't really good at that, number one. We were losing money. We didn't have proper facilities. And we struck a partnership with the folks at the EY Center, which has been another great success. You know, we're now talking about how we get LRT to the EY Center because on some shows and events it's so packed that they have to use airport parking to accommodate the thousands of people that are going into the EY Center. So if you look at the public aspect of it, you see that it is extremely well regarded. And in fact, I actually have run into probably a dozen or so people who were very opposed to the whole Lansdowne Park project, taking part in events at Lansdowne, at City Folk, at events at the Horticulture Building, at the Makerspace event, shopping at Whole Foods. And it's not to call these people out and say, you know, told you so. They've come to me and said, you know what, we were wrong. You know, this place has turned out a lot better than we anticipated. There are some opponents that will probably never set foot on the site, and that's their choice. That's the great thing about freedom in the city we live in. So I think that when we look at the overall benefits of this plan, it has worked extremely well. Is it perfect? Of course not. There's always room for improvement, and that's the quest and the goal of Roger and Bernie and their team, as it should be with us. We want to make sure Lansdowne is a success. But to suggest that it's all doom and gloom, I just don't see it. I see the record crowds that are going there. I see the restaurants that are doing well. I see the shops that are doing well. And I see great potential as the office tower fills up and we lease out the last remaining 5 or 6% of the space that's available. So, you know, you can't build a city when you always say no to everything. You vote against everything. You've got to move forward on some of these projects, and you have to have confidence in our staff. And I give great credit to Kent Kirkpatrick, who, through a very classy move on the part of OSEG, honored Kent at one of the games and got something I've always wanted for, one of those cookies from the lumberjacks. But it was at a very, I think, emotional time for me, for Kent, for his family, because we all remember some of the abuse that he took at public meetings, unfounded and unjustified, and it was a very, very beautiful moment, recognizing an individual who's not front and center at the plaque unveilings, who's, behind the scenes, yet did some of the heaviest lifting with people like John Smith and Marco Manconi and Dan Chenier and Gord and so many others in the city. And, the people like Councillor Manette, I want to thank for your unwavering support of this important city-building project. So I think on whole, this is a very good deal for the city. It's bringing new revenue streams. And I think the other thing we have to remember is that we did put close to $4 million a year, and even in the old city it was close to $4 million a year, into Lansdowne, and that was just to maintain the status quo. We did no improvements with that $4 million. That was to keep the lights on, and we no longer have to do that. We have now a site that really is a destination. You see it written up in various magazines, tourism publications. Ottawa Tourism is using Lansdowne as a draw. The 2017 activities that will take place at Lansdowne are going to be spectacular when they're announced in the next couple of months. And I think it's a place where, whether you're going to a football game, a soccer game, a wedding, just to go shopping, to bring your kids to toss a Frisbee around, it's become a real people place, and it's one that we can be very, very proud of. So I thank our partners at OSEG for your confidence and your dedication to this project. It hasn't been easy. There have been times you're probably wondering, why did we sign up for this? But you stuck with it. You had the courage of your convictions. You weren't a naysayer. You said yes, and the proof really is in the pudding. So on the three recommendations as before us, carried. Next is Lansdowne Partnership Plan, proposed settlement of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group claims. Mr. Kirkpatrick, are you starting this discussion, please?
Yeah, and you could probably leave the table at this point, Roger and Bernie. So just verbally just to highlight the purpose of this report, Mr. Mayor and committee members, is to propose a resolution for your consideration and approval to a dispute that arose back in 2013. I think was the first time we reported to Council that during the construction that was underway at the Civic Centre, it was discovered that there was significant structural issues with the steel of the Civic Centre roof that had not been determined in the due diligence that had been done up to that point in time. It was the structural steel members were covered by fireproofing, and it was only when the OSEG's contractors were in doing work that was within the scope of the project that it was identified. OSEG at that time raised this with the city. We reported it to Council. OSEG agreed. The city, we told OSEG that it was our view that that was a responsibility of theirs under the agreement. They registered a dispute in respect to that, but agreed that they would we would postpone the resolution of that dispute until the construction was completed and the site was up and running. And so there, as the report indicates, there have been many meetings on a without prejudice basis between the city and OSEG, legal teams on both sides involved. You have, for your information, a summary of the legal opinion, the city's legal position on this. But I think if I could refer you to Annex 3 to the report, where there are 4 columns that are identified there. And in the, I guess, the high-level summary that I would bring to this is that we have a dispute, and that dispute will be resolved in one of two ways. We will either negotiate a resolution to the dispute, or in accordance with the agreement, we will go to arbitration to resolve the dispute. And the important point that I would highlight for the committee's consideration is that the option that we're recommending, which is to negotiate a resolution to this dispute, and I'll get to how in a second, is actually better for the city financially than even if the city was to win the arbitration of the dispute. And that fundamentally is because about $23 million has been invested, bills have been paid, and they've been funded by OSEG Equity, and in accordance with the agreement, they remain in the waterfall, and they're able to earn a return on that equity and a recovery of that equity. OSEG doesn't want that $23 million of equity to remain within the waterfall. They want the city to either pay it outside of the waterfall, or they have agreed with the resolution of the dispute that we're recommending today that instead of it remaining as equity, that the city and OSEG amend the project agreements to allow that cost to be debt financed. And the benefit to the city is that reduces the cost of that financing from the 8% simple return, which it earns as OSEG equity invested, to something less than 4% as interest on a commercial loan. So from a financial perspective, you'll see on the column under option 2, that has the best net total return to the city on a net present value basis of $6.8 million. Over and above the scenario where we go to arbitration and we win, which will cost us $400,000, and if we went to arbitration and we lost, which will cost us $16 million. So that's the financial basis of the recommendation. I will add that, of course, with respect to the recommended dispute resolution, there is some risk to the city in the sense that we are guaranteeing the loan. OSEG, they go and procure the loan, and the loan is serviced within the waterfall, but the city guarantees the loan in order to get the reduced interest rate that is beneficial to us. So there is the risk that if OSEG was to default and not service the loan, that the city would need to come in and either continue to service the loan or to pay out whatever the remaining principal at that point in time would be. You've got the legal opinion, and if you wish to hear more about what the risk of the arbitration is, you'll hear that from Mr. O'Connor. But as I've said publicly, in my own view, the risk of that event ever coming to pass, with as you've seen, the very large amount of investment that OSEG has made in this agreement, the chances of the defaulting on it are much, much smaller than the chances of us losing the arbitration, in which case we'd be paying out the $23 million regardless. So that is a high-level summary of it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Mr. O'Connor, wish to say something before we start?
No, I think the legal opinion and the confidential documents that Council received are probably sufficient.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. We'll go to Councillor Dean for a question.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Kirkpatrick. I guess what I'm just not clear on is, I think I'm getting there, is just one thing is, so OSEG in the dispute would like the City of Ottawa to pay for the $23.8 million for this deal, and that would be their claim if we were to go to arbitration, correct? And they would want us to pay that outside the waterfall. But when they signed the as-is, where-is, I thought the $132.9 million the city was injecting into that site was we were capping our risk, and they were taking the risk at the time. I'm sure we talked about that. They were taking the risk, and so I don't understand if they lost at arbitration why they wouldn't pay that $23.8 million outside the waterfall, because as long as it's in the waterfall, we're going to pay for it anyway, as best I can tell. But why wouldn't that be, because of that as-is, where-is, why wouldn't that be outside the waterfall?
The agreement with OSEG and I recall because this was clearly presented in 2012. It was clearly identified in the summary of the agreement terms that was presented to Council. It was actually something that was part of the Friends of Lansdowne legal challenge to the city. The nature of the city's guarantee. And then the nature of the city's guarantee was that the amount of funding that we needed to put into the partnership was capped at that approximately $135 million. And that if costs related to the scope of the redevelopment that the agreement pertained to exceeded that, OSEG had to fund that with additional minimum equity. And that's an important concept, the minimum equity, because you'll recall that part of the agreement also was we wanted OSEG to continue through the life of the 30 years to have equity at risk and at stake through the 30-year period. So if OSEG had to spend more money and put more equity into the agreement in order to fund additional costs over and above that cap, that was considered to be additional minimum equity that would be amortized over the last 27 years of the agreement. But it was always OSEG's right under the agreement to earn a return on equity that they had invested, whether it was minimum equity, additional equity, or increased minimum equity, which is what this $23 million is. To the extent that any form of those equities were invested, they'd earn 8% on them. And they had the opportunity to recover that equity in accordance with the waterfall and to the extent to which net cash flow was coming into the waterfall to service that. So it was never a situation where OSEG did not have the opportunity to earn a return on and a recovery of the equity that they might need to invest over and above the guaranteed maximum price.
So they earn 8% on it?
8% simple interest, a return, not interest, return on the equity invested.
In the waterfall? Right. Well, isn't that an incentive to invest more?
Well, if it was, I don't think they'd be asking the city to pay out the $23 million. They'd be happy to leave their $23 million invested and earn 8% on it. Maybe you want to ask Mr. Greenberg to opine on that.
Before we ask Mr. Greenberg, I'd like to ask Mr. O'Connor, do we need to move in camera, Mr. O'Connor, because I think we are treading on going close to
We're getting close to the line of talking about our case, should we ever decide, which I hope we don't, to challenge this.
Let's ask Mr. O'Connor first.
I will certainly stay attuned, as I have been, to the debate so far, Mr. Chair, but I think what we are hearing is for the city manager to explain the financial ramifications of what is being offered publicly, so I think at this point we're still fine.
And you'll let us know when we cross that line in Nessa.
I will do so.
Okay. So I would like to hear Mr. Greenberg's answer about the 8% return, if that's not an incentive for them. I guess the other question to you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, is does the city have a say on those additional expenditures that end up being funded through the waterfall?
The agreements require OSEG to present to the city in those master limited partnership meetings their proposed budgets for the year, and the city approves those proposed budgets. This cost, of course, was unanticipated and unforeseen and not part of a proposed budget.
Okay, so they went ahead and did it, and okay, so and this is being resolved now. But like the $10 million technology, did we have a say in that additional investment?
Yes, and when they showed that to us, they also identified how that would have a beneficial impact on the proposed operating results over the 30 years.
Okay, if we can hear from Mr. Greenberg, you asked him a question. Did you hear the question, Mr.
Yes,
Greenberg?
I did, Mr. Chair. I can tell you that when I appeared before the editorial board of the Ottawa Citizen last week, Joanne Cianella, who was one of our stronger critics, public critics of the whole process, and I reiterated to her then what I've said to her multiple times, and I recognize that there's a fair amount of skepticism when I say this. A large part of the motivation for Lansdowne was a desire by proud Ottawans to give back to the city. There is not an investor that I could ever think of who would invest in the risk parameters of this project for an 8% simple return. Our goal from day one was to try to ensure that we would not lose a lot of money But a private investor in a project of this nature would look at a 15 to 20% compound annual return, would never invest for an 8% simple return. So the prospect of us wanting to leave money in this at 8% simple is not one that if there were a viable alternative, to leave it in for an 8% simple return is not one that we would find attractive. And we also recognize that with the alternative that's being recommended by the city manager, that it improves the taxpayer return greatly. And so that is also something that we're keen in, because we have a strong belief that you make money with your partners, not off your partners.
Okay. And how did we set that 8% simple return? What's it?
Roger was looking for 15, and I negotiated him down to 8. And then he was surprised to find out that it was simple instead of compounded.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Shirley?
Are we into statements or only questions?
Both.
Okay, good. All right, well, as I've talked to people out there, and they've talked about what they think a fair or unfair settlement would be, I think it's important to recognize just basic first principles here. The Lansdowne settlement that's proposed is not the fault of Lansdowne or of the Lansdowne partnership. It is something that if OSEG had never existed, if the partnership had never been proposed, it's something we would still have to pay, because the bill for the repairs to that building is the consequence not of the Lansdowne deal, but is the consequence of us not putting money into the Civic Center over a 20-year period. And I remember sitting in the stands at a 67s game. They actually had to stop play because the ceiling was raining. Okay? There was something wrong with that. And we not only didn't put money in some cases it was a conscious decision, hoping someday there'd be, some manna from heaven falling to fix all this. The thing is, if we had been putting in enough money into the Civic Center over the years, the building probably wouldn't be in this shape. And the building didn't come to be in this shape because there was a Lansdowne deal. So it's easy to obfuscate here, but I think that the fact is, no matter how disappointing it is to us, the fact is that even without a Lansdowne deal, even without this clause or that clause being in a Lansdowne deal, we would still be stuck with the bill for our own building. The alternative is we brought into this thing into the partnership knowing it was in rough shape but not informing the partner. I think that'd be problematic as well. So just remember, this was our building. We would have to pay for it even if Lansdowne had never happened.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Just one quick question. I support the recommendation, but what's the time frame for the loan? Is it going to be paid off over that 30-year period, and so that we don't at the end of it have it still sitting outstanding?
Isabel, is it a 20-year term?
It's a 20-year term.
So it will be retired with 10 years left in the partnership agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chernishenko.
Just also want to go on record. First of all, I support this as the sort of best of the alternatives in front of us, but I do have to remind all of us that we may not necessarily have had to take on the cost of repairing this facility anyway, because one of the choices to us was to not repair this facility, to essentially to condemn it and take some other route. So I wouldn't go too far down making that one of the choices.
Okay. So on the report, carried. The next item is Rail Implementation Office, Stage 1 and 2 of light rail transit provision of public washrooms. Do we have a presentation on this, or do we just go to, we have some delegations, I believe. So we have the report in front of us.
I can give a
Yeah, maybe just a high-level.
So, if, Mr. Mayor, the high-level verbal summary of the report is that while the project was defined by Council in prior to 2012 and again in 2012 during Council debates, the issue of where washroom facilities would be provided on this line, and staff had at the time had informed and recommended to Council that washrooms should only be where the Ontario Building Code requires us to construct them, which is at the end of the terminuses of the line. And Council had received that information and approved the project subsequently. During the Council review and consideration of this term of Council strategic initiatives, there was a motion on the floor of Council that Council approved that directed staff to go and identify how washroom facilities could also be included in the Bayview and the Herdman stations. And the report that's in front of you reports on that, but it also recommends to Council a policy with respect to where washrooms would be located in Stage 2 extension, or stations with respect to Stage 2 and the extension of the Confederation line.
Okay. So we have one delegate, one member of the public rather would like to speak to this, Joan Kuyak from Gotta Go campaign. Is Joan here? I wasn't going to say that. Okay. I had a question. When this issue came forward, I asked staff to look at the option of paid washrooms, and that was accepted by Council as one of the options. I don't recall seeing that in the report. I know that in any travels I've been around the world, the vast majority of public washrooms are in fact coin-operated. It helps reduce our operating costs. Why is that not included as an option? It seems to me that it's only the public tax dollars paying for this as opposed to a user pay system to help support it.
John, do you or Pat wish to come down to speak about it from an OC Transport perspective? And is Steve here? Come on down.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Certainly our efforts to date have been focused on working with RTG to simply look at options of where the washrooms could be located within the stations, meeting the direction of Council to look within the fair paid zone, looking at meeting Disability Act requirements, building codes. So the issue of so we've come up with those options, certainly in terms of paid washrooms or other terms of support or sponsorship. I think that's something we could look at going forward, but we've been sort of focusing on the feasibility and cost of washrooms.
Well, I guess the direction I gave was stronger than just look at it. I think this is a revenue source for us. Even the Gotta Go people indicated they would support the paid washrooms. They told us that at committee. So I'm going to ask that we amend the report that says adopt the design standards for public washrooms at rail rapid transit stations outlined in this report, receive for information the plan to include and fund additional public washrooms, and then put, I'm not sure, I'm just writing this on the fly, but I want to have something in effect that directs, it's more than a direction, it indicates to staff that an RFP be sent out to look at option, for those companies that provide these facilities, because as I was in Beijing and I saw them. I've been to London, I've seen them. I've been to France, I've seen them. So they're out there. There's companies that do this, and that's right. So maybe it's Mr. Kirkpatrick, you can
Mayor,
offer some advice on wording.
Yeah, I would, if council is intent, continues to be intent with even with the information that's provided in the report, and you have a sense of what this is going to cost and how it will be done with RTG, we do need to know that shortly that to direct RTG to amend the station designs in order to accommodate these things. That's close to being on the critical path. But we can take as direction or add as a resolution to that we will go and identify what are the opportunities with respect to defraying that cost, either through fee for use or sponsorship or a combination of both, and we can report back to you on that subsequently.
Yeah, I don't want to sound flippant, but I don't think you're going to find anyone who's going to want to sponsor a toilet. And given our track record on sponsorships, I wouldn't go down that path. I think you have to go out to a tender and go to those companies that provide these toilets on you put a loonie in, and because I look on page 5, it's $2 million to build them. Life cycle estimate is $224,000, and it's $13,000 a month. Now, maybe I just fell off the turnip truck, but $13,000 a month to basically maintain, 8 toilets? Anyways, I just think that's where it's going to burn money, is $13,000 a month in operating costs, and I don't know where that figure came from. That's why I was trying to be reasonable and not dismiss the concerns of those people who brought forward concerns from Crohn's and Colitis Society and others. But surely to goodness, we should look at a way of recouping some of that revenue through a user pay system that even the proponents from Gotta Go indicated to us they would be willing to pay. So how do we? I don't want to. I don't want to slow down the process. You still have to fit them in, but I think we have to get out there. And this was direction given to staff, and it was completely ignored, which I'm not very pleased with.
So we'll take that direction and move with alacrity to implement it. Perhaps if you'd like to describe what is the service that $13,000 a month is providing in terms of inspection and maintenance of the washrooms. That $250,000 figure, Mayor, for life cycle is for the washrooms to be refurbished 3 times during the 30-year concession period.
Certainly, Chair. The $13,000 per month maintenance includes regularly monitoring and cleaning the washrooms from 6 a.m. till 1 a.m. When the lines are in service. So pretty well 19 hours a day of regular servicing. During the closure time between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., there would be a thorough cleaning of all the washrooms. So a good chunk of that $13,000 represents the labor associated with that, and then of course there's other costs of chemicals, paper, everything to insurance, and those sorts of things as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not so concerned about the $13,000 per month. I'll tell you why. Because some of the area where we visit, where public using the washroom, like Tim Horton and the Byward Market, I mean, if you go there, it's costing them a lot more than thousands in a month of damage and needles stuck in there. So those things is going to cost a lot more. So if we can find a company who can manage them, I think in the long run we will be saving money, because those, I think, maintenance will be on the go 24, like you said.
Okay, Councillor Harder. Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Harder, please.
You know, we've gone from having the folks come to every one of our committees and ask us to provide this service where we weren't going to, and now we are at a point where we have an opportunity, cost neutral, to have a service, to provide the service for our people in the city, and a way that we can afford without any kind of pressure on our budget, which we have enough pressures for. And you know what? Like, I grew up in this town, and I'm telling you that back when I was a teenager and able to roll around by myself, the toilets were all pay toilets in the downtown of Ottawa on Spark Street and everything else back in those days, and people were perfectly willing, and I believe that they will be again. So that's the option we should follow, Mr. Mayor, because we know that our sponsorship program, we've cut the expectations. If we can't get a name for some of our complexes or our beautiful pools, how the hang do you think you can get somebody to sponsor a toilet? Seriously, there's people in the business of pay toilets. Let's go that route.
Yeah, I think Mr. Kirkpatrick said he should have said advertising, as you see in some bathrooms on Elgin Street, not sponsorship. Thank you. Councillor Deans?
Yeah, actually, my preference would be to leave it a little broader, as Mr. Kirkpatrick suggested, for a couple of reasons. One, I really haven't had any discussion with my constituents about whether or not they would be okay with pay toilets on their publicly funded LRT line or not, but also I do think that there are other opportunities through advertising. Or when I was in New York City, the city of New York has individuals who run their public washrooms, and these people, I don't know how they do it exactly, but it's at no cost to their taxpayers. These people are in there, they have beautiful floral displays in their public washrooms. There's an attendant all the time keeping the place super clean, and it's all done on donations basis. So when you use a public washroom in New York City, you donate to the attendant, and that's how it's funded. So I think there are other ways to do it, and I just prefer Mr. Kirkpatrick's wording because I think we should be innovative in how we might approach it.
Councillor Hubley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor DeRouge and I last summer attended AMO on behalf of Council, and we saw washrooms that are being designed now that are self-maintaining. And when we talk about $13,000 a month of maintenance on a washroom, I would hope that staff are exploring those options, because they're telling us because of these labor costs, that skyrocketing labor costs, moving to this technology now is a good move for cities to consider. So I would hope that we can explore with them as well. And I believe DeRouge and I both have contact info for that company as well from our AMO notes. Okay.
Yeah, that could be one of the options with an RFP of the people that operate them. I've seen those self-cleaning. Yeah. Councillor Blais, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have to agree. I don't think this properly addressed the direction that was given during the SI discussion. I think, at least that's when I think we made the decisions. And I have to agree that if there's a revenue capture opportunity, we need to be looking at that. Anything that we do, we should explore whether or not the tools we have already can be adapted to ease people's payment, for sure. I'm wondering if there's value in deferring this for one meeting so that Rio can get their ducks lined up properly.
Well, I think this has to go to council, so we do have a couple of weeks for them to actually go and make some calls and come back with information at the council, if that makes sense, Mr. Cripps, on that direction.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can certainly follow up on that, and we would need to work with our partners, RTG, with them having a 30-year maintenance concession. Any of these options would have to involve them.
All right, so you've got the direction on the report carried. Thank you. Okay, with the will of committee to go back, agreed? Okay.
Sorry, I thought we were still on washrooms.
We just passed that. Was there something else that you wanted?
Yeah, it was on I thought we were on the funding of washrooms. What I wanted to ask, because when I was reading item number 1, it talks about the Ontario Building Code provides direction on the location, number, and components of public washrooms provided in a rapid transit station. It requires end-of-the-line transit stations to include public washrooms. So I'm wondering how that impacts the Trillium line. Shouldn't there be an end-of-the-line washroom at Greenboro based on the Ontario Building Code?
Mr. Manconi.
Yes, if you just keep going further down in the report, it speaks to that. So yes, there will be one.
Mr. Chair, the Ontario Building Code defines the rapid transit system as an electrified transportation system. So the building code applies to the Confederation line, but not to this aspect of the building code applies to the Confederation line, but not the Trillium line.
Well, that's terrible. If we have two standards of light rapid transit and one of them's going to have public washrooms and the other isn't, I think that we need to think about that.
Okay, so it's been passed, so maybe
If you would let me dissent, I'll dissent.
Okay, dissent by Councillor Deans, agreed? Agreed? Okay. Yeah, we've done that already. Okay, item number 13 is the Budget Challenge and Services Review Information Supplemental to 2016 Budget. This is the initiative of Councillor Egli, as well Councillor Kakish and Hubley and Cloutier and many others were involved with this. So we have an amendment by Councillor El Chantiri on a technical amendment to correct the French recommendation. Sure, we'll just move that now, and then we have the City Manager's Office doing a presentation.
Okay, so on the motion is moved by myself. Whereas the French recommendation in the report titled Budget Challenge and Service Reviews Information Supplement to the 2016 Budget Estimated, inconsistent with the English recommendation. Therefore, be it resolved that the French recommendation read as follows: que le Comité de finances et du développement économique, le conseiller municipal, prenu connaissance de ce report étant que complément d'informations sur le budget préliminaire des fonctionnement et d'immobilisation de 26.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor. So that's a technical amendment to correct the French recommendation.
From the English,
So on the amendment, carried. Okay, so we now have the staff presentation by Mr. Box, and we thank Councillor Egli for starting this process off a few weeks ago with a motion at committee.
Thank you, Chair. The report before committee for consideration today responds to Councillor Egli's direction to staff to strengthen the budget challenge process and to enhance the tracking and reporting of budget risks, as well as Councillors Kakish and Cloutier's motion to develop a process to review internal-facing programs and service delivery. The purpose of the presentation is to outline the recommended approaches to implementing these directions. To strengthen the budget challenge process, staff is recommending the implementation of a budget review board. The review board would be analyzing and challenging all departmental draft operating and capital budget submissions, as well as non-departmental capital formation, common revenue and taxation estimates. The review board would not make decisions affecting council-established policy and service standards. Each department head would appear before the board to speak to their budget and respond to the review board's questions. The review board would also conduct quarterly reviews on the status of budgeted versus actual results. The composition of the review board would include the mayor, city manager, treasurer, deputy treasurer of corporate finance, manager of budget and financial planning, city clerk and solicitor, the deputy city managers, and the chair of the audit committee. The Finance Department members would provide analysis and commentary on the budget estimates, and the applicable standing committee chair would take part in the review. The recommended approach to enhancing budget tracking and reporting has been developed in consultation with the Treasurer and the Deputy Treasurer Corporate Finance, and includes expanding the current quarterly financial reports to include reporting on significant budget items which were identified in the annual budget estimates, and how these are tracking, as well as the inclusion of potential or emergent risks and a detailed outline of the mitigation measures to manage these risks. As part of the 2016 to 2018 Budget Directions Report, the following service reviews are proposed to be completed in 2016 as part of the multi-year strategy to address current and future budget pressures. The draft 2016 operating budget includes a reduction of 50 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, and it is estimated that a further reduction of between 100 and 150 FTEs will be required to address budget projections for 2017 and 2018. Work to complete the administrative reviews will include
an analysis of the relative cost-benefit of the use of consultants, the identification of opportunities for cross-departmental synergies and options for efficiencies. An analysis of the administrative structure and all positions within it will be completed to identify the potential to consolidate these functions across services. Management will engage the unions in structured discussions to canvass them on potential service and savings opportunities. Additionally, management will involve the unions in the process by advising them of the areas under review and sharing information to identify potential opportunities. The current employee engagement program will be expanded, and management will be reaching out to all branches to solicit staff input on ideas for business process improvements, organizational change, administrative efficiencies, and new revenue opportunities. Service efficiency and competitiveness are part of the city's objectives in all service delivery areas. At Council's direction, the city has developed and implemented a number of customized alternative service delivery and branch program service review methodologies. In recognition of the direction to conduct service reviews within existing resources and the need to reduce lag time to implementation, staff is recommending leveraging the lessons learned from the various programs and using a service review framework based on the competitive service delivery review methodology, which has 4 key steps. Step 1 is opportunity identification and validation, employing standard selection criteria such as potential expected efficiency gains, potential service quality gains, ability to clearly define scope and performance expectations, cost to implement, the degree of internal control, availability of delivery options and providers, and the degree of difficulty in aligning stakeholders. Step 2 is the service delivery option analysis and high-level design. Service delivery options for consideration include, but are not limited to, internal as-is, internal re-engineering, managed competition, contracting out, public-private, and public-public partnerships. Stage 3 is the detailed design of the service delivery option, and Step 4 is the implementation and validation of the selected option. The committee chair or their designate will be included throughout the process of the reviews. Corporate Business Services will coordinate the program, which will be completed within existing resources. The program will consider the work of the Auditor General's audit findings and risk-based annual audit program. Reporting to the respective standing committees will occur at key decision points throughout the service review, with an annual report on the status of the efficiency program, including the results of the administrative reviews, and any additional proposed reviews for 2017 will be brought to the Finance and Economic Development Committee and Council prior to the tabling of the annual draft operating and capital budgets. I'm happy to address any questions the committee may have regarding the recommendations outlined in the presentation or in the report.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Box. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any questions, just have a couple of comments. First, I want to thank Kent and his team for taking my budget direction to heart and preparing a report which I think is very robust and is going to be very productive over time in terms of us being able to rein in the budget process. Particularly, I want to thank Steve Box for all the work that he did. We had numerous meetings about this issue and putting together this report, and I want to thank you very much for the efforts that you put in.
Thank you.
My colleagues also have been very supportive of the endeavor, and I welcome the motion of Councillor Cucci and Councillor Kakish. I think that their suggestions bolster and enhance the idea that I had to make this our budget process more responsive. And I understand that a motion will be coming forward today as well from Councillor Hubly in and around Councillor Cucci's participation on an ongoing basis in the review process, and I think that's an excellent initiative as well, and I thank Councillor Hubly for that. I think this report will assist us as a council in having greater control over the budget process, and more importantly, will allow us a mechanism that will act as an early warning system. So if the budget that we build based on certain predictions or assumptions is starting to go off track or in the wrong direction, we'll know earlier on. We'll have the ability to work with staff and to correct those budget assumptions so that we don't end up in a situation where we, at the end of the year, find out that we're in a significant deficit position. So I think this report will be an invaluable tool to us going forward, and I would hope that all my colleagues, all of you, will be supporting this initiative, as well as Councillor Hubley's motion, which will be introduced.
So, Councillor Hubley, I think it's more a direction to staff that we've agreed upon. So, if you'd like to bring that forward, please.
Good thing this wasn't supposed to be a surprise. Everybody's letting the cat out of the bag. Yeah, I'd like to agree, Mr. Mayor, that I think it could just be a simple direction to staff to add the audit vice chair, Councillor Cloutier, to the team that will help work on the budgets. Thank you.
Okay, so can you take that as a direction to staff to have the vice chair of the committee as well?
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor, Councillor Wilkinson, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of the service review, but that, to my mind, is only part of what we need to do. And I had talked with you and with your chief of staff before about how we look at our whole management framework, because the service review is reviewing how we do it now, normally. I'm hoping they'll come up with other recommendations on management as well, but I would hope that when we get our new city manager in, we will take a look at how we might be able to streamline the organization to reduce the levels that we have now, which tend to be rather excessive. So it's, I think a lot of it will come out of this review. I think the review probably will identify those as well. I think this is an excellent framework for going ahead on that part of it. But I wouldn't like to miss out the overall framework of the city as well.
No, and I think it doesn't prevent members of council from approaching the city manager directly with specific ideas in between budgets as well. So thank you for that. So on the report, carried. Thank you very much to all. Item number 14 is the 2016 draft operating and capital budget. Finance and Economic Development Committee, budget préliminaire de fonctionnement de mobilisation de 2016, Committee des finances et de développement économique. So we have a presentation from staff, and then we have members of the public who would like to speak. So we'll start with the treasurer, who is going to give us a overview of the FEDCO portion of the budget, and everyone should have their roadmap that I would suggest we move forward after we've heard from the public. So we'll go basically section by section. There are 15 sections to this budget portion. So, Isabelle, bienvenue. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today I'm presenting, today's presentation is an overview of the Finance and Economic Development Committee's draft operating and capital budget for tax-supported programs. This budget reflects the direction approved by Council on October 14th, which was to limit the municipal portion of the residential property tax bill to 2%, which translates to a 1.75% increase in overall tax revenues to the city. The annual additional taxation revenues for growth is forecasted at 1.3%. Nous avons aussi inclus les initiatives stratégiques de fonctionnement et d'immobilisation déterminées dans le cadre de l'exercice d'établissement des priorités pour le mandat du Conseil pour 2016 l'an dernier. On nous a demandé de continuer à contribuer au programme d'immobilisation en vue de parvenir à un niveau d'investissement nous permettant de garder nos biens en bon état. Next. Oh, no. Sorry, back up. There. The budget presented today includes several corporate programs. The mayor's and councillors' offices are given a constituency services budget, which is used for community events, office expenditures, staff, and professional services. The offices of the city manager and deputy city managers provide oversight and direction to city departments and align the strategies of the organization to meet the priorities of council. The city has 9 administrative services that are provided as shared services to all departments. These include corporate programs and business services, real estate, partnerships and development, finance, city clerk and solicitor, Service Ottawa, human resources, information technology, corporate communications, and economic development innovation. The light rail planning and implementation offices are also included in this budget. And finally, we've included the non-departmental category. This budget includes all the citywide expenditures and revenues that aren't department-specific. This includes items like the contribution to capital reserves, the endowment fund, surplus lands, Hydro Ottawa dividends, tax rebates and remissions, payments in lieu of taxes, and overall property tax. Okay. Cette diapositive donne un aperçu des prévisions budgétaires de fonctionnement provisoire pour chaque secteur. Les dépenses prévues en 2016 pour la gouvernance, les services administratifs communs, le train léger et les dépenses hors service totalisent 525,7 millions de dollars. This represents 17% of the total $3.1 billion budget. This amount is net of recoveries and allocations of $41.4 million that come from other departments and from capital projects. The $525 million in expenditures represents a 4.3% increase in the previous year's budget. On the revenue side, the $7.9 million in revenue primarily comes from user fees for revenue billing and for Service Ottawa user fees. There is $408.8 million in non-departmental revenues from various sources such as gas tax, investment income, Hydro Ottawa dividends, Ottawa lands, and payments in lieu of taxes. The non-departmental revenue also includes the one-time funds of $11.5 million described in the Budget Directions Report transferred from the Fleet and Equipment Reserve Fund. Assessment growth is estimated at 1.3%, which equates to $18.4 million, and total property taxes are estimated to increase by $26.6 million for a total property tax increase of $45 million. The expenditures on the previous slide... The expenditures on the previous slide include adjustments for the arbitrated and potential contract settlements. Ces dépenses ont été ajustées en fonction de l'inflation des prix des biens, des contrats, de services et d'autres frais de fonctionnement. Il y a eu un rajustement de base de $350 000 pour les services de traduction à raison de la demande accrue. As mentioned earlier, this budget is consistent with the tax-supported long-range financial plan to maintain assets in a state of good repair. The cost of MPAC services is increasing by $315,000. Operational efficiencies of $3 million are also included in this budget. $1.5 million will come from the discretionary spending reductions. Another $440,000 will come from department-specific reductions, such as $260,000 reductions in the use of consultants for the development of online forms and surveys, and transferring that responsibility to staff. The operational efficiencies in this budget also includes the 35 FTE reductions that will come from the corporate administrative and organizational review in 2016. This represents a reduction of $1.05 million in staff costs. There are also increases in expenditures that are related to growth. There is approximately $1 million in additional brownfield and community improvement plans as approved by Council. There's an estimated $1.5 million increase in the value of tax remissions and rebates. In 2014, Council approved the new DC rates, and as part of that report, Council approved that when we provide exemptions for landowners for DCs, the City would make up that contribution so that the DC reserves would have sufficient revenues in them to fund all the growth works needed. We started with $1.4 million in 2015 and are adding an additional $1.4 million in 2016. On a majoré 2 millions de dollars les montants alloués aux initiatives stratégiques, par exemple la stratégie relative au téléphone, au comptoir, de services et aux services numériques, la rénovation des marchés Bay et Parkdale et du mail de la rue Sparks, les célébrations d'Ottawa 2017 et la mise en œuvre du Centre d'innovation. There is $5.4 million in increase to the contribution to capital, which is the amount identified in the LRFP as an increase each year to address the infrastructure gap and to reach an investment level that maintains our assets in a state of good repair. $1.8 million was also added to the capital contribution to adjust for inflation. In previous years, budgets didn't include an amount for surplus lands. For 2016, a conservative estimate of $1.5 million has been established as a base budget, which reflects the last 5 years' average revenues. There's also an increase in estimated PILT from government organizations of $4.2 million, the most significant increase coming from the new government organization on Ogilvie Road. Hydro dividends are estimated to increase by $1 million. As mentioned earlier, there's an estimated $45 million increase in property taxes from assessment growth and from the 1.75% rate increase. There's also one-time funding of $11.5 million from the Fleet Reserve. There's a total of $49.4 million in new capital authority for 2016 under FEDCO. $4.8 million of this amount is for the renewal of aging IT technology infrastructure, such as network and telecommunications hardware, software, and electrical and mechanical cooling equipment. This particular capital item has been referred to IT Subcommittee for review. Un montant de 1,2 million de dollars est également destiné aux travaux de renouvellement et de remplacement durant le cycle de vie de différents immeubles et parcs. $43 million is the estimated amount required for 2016 to conduct preliminary engineering, assess procurement options, draft the RFQ, RFP, and secure provincial and federal funding for the Stage 2 light rail transit project. The budget for this work assumes that the city will receive two-thirds government funding for this preliminary work. This will need to be confirmed early in 2016. The remainder of the $43 million is budgeted to be funded by development charges, capital reserves, and debt. Finally, there is $370,000 of new authority for the accessibility program, most of which will be spent in 2016. Overall, the contribution to capital reserves continues to grow with contributions from tax and rate budgets and other sources of funding, such as the gas tax. Total reserves are increasing in 2016 from an opening balance of $234 million to $297 million. This is an overall increase of $63 million. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you. So we have a number of councillors who have questions, but we'll go to the public delegations first. Mr. Romano, is Mr. Romano here? It was indicated he may or may not be able to come. Nina Gormans, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, if you'd like to come and take a seat where the sign says public delegations. And following Nina Gormans, there's Jean-Philippe Thompson. Is Mr. Thompson here? No. Then Dale Harley has canceled. And then Don Patterson. Is Mr. Patterson here? So you'll be next up, sir. So, Ms. Gormans, you have 5 minutes, and I think you have a PowerPoint presentation for us as well. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Nina Gormans. I'm with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City of Ottawa draft budget for 2016. CFIB is a nonpartisan, not-for-profit organization that represents more than 109,000 small and medium-sized businesses across Canada, including over 2,000 alone in the Ottawa region. Small businesses are what makes Ottawa, Ottawa, so neighborhoods like the Glebe or Westboro wouldn't be the same without thriving small businesses. Slide 3 shows a comparison of high-priority issues for SMEs nationally and in Ottawa. The top priority issues for SMEs are the total tax burden, as well as regulation and paper burden, which are for all levels of government combined. Small businesses are also concerned with government debt and deficit and the cost of local government, as they know this will add to the tax burden in the future. While small business owners in Ottawa are somewhat less concerned with the cost of local government than the national average, it is still a high priority issue for 40% of our members in Ottawa. Slide 4 shows that the city needs to do more work on understanding the realities of running a small business, spending control, and fair taxation. Our research finds that the City of Ottawa's inflation-adjusted operating spending has increased by 16% compared to population growth of 13% from 2003 to 2013. While it is encouraging that the city spending is close to our benchmark, the city can still do more to rein in spending, especially since spending has increased more rapidly again in the past several years. On a more positive note, on the slide you can see that the city's quality of services were rated fairly positively by our members, and we know that the city is doing a lot of work in this area. Slide 5 shows how the city can minimize the impact of construction projects on businesses. Many current and planned construction projects, such as the LRT, preparation for the 150th anniversary, or work on sewer pipes, have a serious impact on local businesses, especially when they make it hard for customers to access the businesses. It is important that the city give affected businesses ample advance notice of planned construction projects. During construction, the city should give provide signage to ensure consumers are aware that the businesses are still open, and potentially consider providing alternative parking arrangements. Some businesses might be significantly affected with a drop in revenues, and the city should be lenient by allowing them to pay their property taxes, by giving them more time to pay their property taxes. The city should also consider compensation, for example, in the form of a property tax credit. Slide 6 shows that business owners in Ottawa paid over 2.5 times as much in property taxes as homeowners in 2015. Taxation should be commensurate with the use of services. Businesses use fewer services than residents, yet shoulder a disproportionate amount of the property tax burden. The city deserves credit for proposing a lower total property tax increase on businesses than residents in the 2016 draft budget. We believe this is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to reduce this gap. To be clear, this property tax increase will hurt small businesses because this tax is profit insensitive, so businesses must pay it regardless of whether they make any profit. We recommend the city more closely align commercial and residential property tax rates and consider holding the line on property taxes for businesses. This would increase fairness, recognizing that the total tax burden is the #1 priority for SMEs. Slide 7 shows the most burdensome municipal regulations for SMEs in Ottawa. Government regulation and red tape is not just about one particular regulation, it is about the total number of forms and customer service as well. Slide 8 summarizes our recommendations to reduce the regulatory burden on businesses. It is important to measure the overall regulatory burden to keep track, evaluate success of red tape reduction. A measure should include the city's total number of forms and regulatory requirements, etc. And we would be happy to help the city in this regard. We are pleased to see programs such as the Business Ambassador Service for restaurants. The city should raise awareness of this program and also consider extending this program to other types of businesses. We are also asking the city to introduce a permanent business license following the example of Langford in BC. It is important that the city ensure customer service staff is accessible, knowledgeable, and courteous to respond to business owners' questions. For reference, I've added a final slide with a summary of the other recommendations I have discussed. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Gormans. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hubley, El Shantiri. That's okay, so Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just coordinating what we're going to talk about, so avoid overlap. Thank you very much for the presentation. And would it be possible to get a copy of that that we could circulate to all of council, not just the FEDCO members?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, thank you, because you raised a number of good points. I think it's worth highlighting here, as Councillor Harder and I were just talking about, there's a number of projects already underway here within the city that haven't been well advertised to the public yet. But we're recognizing some of the benefits of what you're saying here, such as a review of our standards that's underway that maybe offline we can give you some more information on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Hubley. And the presentation has been circulated to all members of council. Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Have you offered this presentation to the BIAs in Ottawa? Like, you know, we have a council on BIA in Ottawa?
No, not yet.
Not yet. I think that would be one place I would start, because we have 18 BIAs in the city, and they meet quarterly, and they have a president and secretary. Maybe you should reach out to the chairman of the Ottawa Council BIA for this presentation, because there's some duplication here, and we'd like to avoid that if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Mayor.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gormans, for your presentation. Appreciate it. Next is Don Patterson, a member of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, followed by Robert Brocklebank. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Thank you for serving on the committee.
I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity. First, I'd like to say I hope I don't screw this up because I'm dyslexic, so please bear with me if I make up some fuddles. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide input with respect to these budget considerations. My name is Don Patterson. I represent the Accessibility Advisory Committee as the lead of the FEDCO subcommittee. I'm here to reinforce the need for continued funding for activities that improve accessibility and accommodation for persons with disability and for the growing number of elderly in the City of Ottawa, many of whom also have visual, auditory, and mobility impairments. The mandate of the Accessibility Committee, as you know, is to fulfill the duties of the Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee as outlined in the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act. Our primary role is review documentation material and provide input, feedback, and advice to Council on programs, policies, and services provided to persons with disabilities and seniors. The Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act was passed in 2005. The purpose of the OADA is to develop, implement, and enforce standards for accessibility related to goods, services, facilities, employment, accommodation, and buildings. The Act celebrated its 10th anniversary this year, and the target date for reaching full accessibility in Ontario is no later than January 1st, 2025. The Financial and Economic Development Committee draft operating capital budget for 2016 contains many references to areas that have extreme interest to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly list the areas of the Accessibility Advisory Committee's 2015 to 2018 work plan that are directly linked to the FEDCO mandate. An AAC representative attends the City Accessibility Working Group monthly meeting along with representatives from each of the City branch departments. I attend these meetings and see firsthand the dedicated drive of the departmental representatives who not only promote but implement accessibility within their departments. Their biggest challenge is often finding sufficient funds to fulfill the legislated and necessary accessibility initiatives within their tight budgets. The AAC has a liaison who participates in the planning meetings for the City Accessibility Planning Day Committee. The representative provides input to the site planning review and review sites planning to provide feedback concerning any recommended accessibility considerations. We provide input into the accessibility on-street parking issues. Our committee provides input into accessibility park design and outdoor play spaces. And we also tasked with reviewing updates, provided input to the City of Ottawa's accessibility plan for 2016 to 2020. Another important role we have as an advisory committee to review updates and provide comments back concerning accessibility of Phase 2 of the LRT project. But last but not least, our commitment, responsibility to review and provide input and feedback during the consultation process for the barrier removal program. These are just the activities in our 4-year plan that fall under the umbrella of FEDCO budget and mandate. As an advisory committee, we are mindful that any comment, feedback, or input that we provide on enhancing accessibility to meet OADA standards may have a cost implication. Therefore, we implore you when you negotiating the budget to be mindful of the potential accessibility considerations. If accessibility is not budgeted for and integrated into the conceptual plans as well as to the life cycle of a project, plan, or activity, they must be integrated after, which creates additional unnecessary expense to retrofit and often redesign or rework that has just been completed. In summary, there are 4 major areas of importance that we would like to ensure are not negatively affected by budget constraints, and these are the commitment to equal employment opportunities within the city's workforce at all levels of employment and within the continued guarantee and the continued guarantee of work-related accessibility and accommodation support for employees with a disability, the continued current and future commitment to accessibility retrofitting of older facilities, buildings, and infrastructure that are not covered by the OADA, and this retrofitting continues to be funded by an annual $2 million budget commitment that has been set aside each year's budget. The continued commitment to ensure accessibility within new built environment by assuring accessibility considerations are integrated at the planning stage and throughout the life cycle and not as an afterthought requires expensive retrofitting. Considering accessibility and accommodation needs within the planning of major projects can, as an example, be illustrated by the consideration of accessible washrooms in LRT stations. The LRT will provide residents, including persons with disabilities and seniors, with an additional and improved transit option. But as transit riders know, finding a public washroom is often an issue. For persons with disabilities, the options for finding accessible facilities are even more limited and availability far more scarce than for able-bodied transit riders. Therefore, with the introduction of enhanced transportation options and opportunities come the need for increased organizational responsibility to incorporate the duty to accommodate and ensure accessibility requirements are included in the initial planning stages of all major projects.
Mr. Patterson, unfortunately, your time is up, and we've given you an extra minute, so could you wrap up very briefly?
I'm just wrapping up at the last point. The last area is the need for enhanced communication strategy that communicates and promotes, even celebrates, the demonstrated level of commitment to accessibility that the city has achieved in the last 10 years. Communications and knowledge of the city's accessibility features is not only important for residents, but for the multitude of visitors to the national capital each year, many who also with people with disabilities. There is a famous misquote from Field of Dreams of "build it and they will come," but that is only true if they know that it is there. The Accessibility Advisory Committee remains committed to the resources, being a resource for you and work with the committees as well as move forward to accessible Ottawa by 2025. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think we can confirm, Mr. Kirkpatrick, that we are committed to the $2 million in the base budget each year of last term of council and this term of council. That's still in the budget. So appreciate the feedback. Any questions? Councillor Hubley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want you to know, Mr. Patterson, that Mr. Kirkpatrick and myself were founding members of the Accessibility Committee for the city at amalgamation time. And so it's, I have an understanding of the extraordinary commitment many of your members make to come down here to help us to make these decisions. So please share with your committee how much we appreciate what you do. I have a concern when I look at the budget as presented for what we're trying to do with accessibility, and as you say, much of it's mandated, some of it's over and above what's mandated. My concern is that there's only so many dollars to go around. As the Mayor just mentioned, we're making $1 million investment in here, but I wonder, when you're consulting with staff, are you able to help staff know where, in some cases such as park development, I'll give an example, where we want to put a bench in a park and staff thought we had to pave the whole way to the bench, and so it would have made a super highway inside a park if we started adding benches. Are you able to help staff understand that that's not the intent of the Act, and that, therefore what we could do is maximize that investment in accessibility for our city?
Yes, I think there's many instances. The police station, the redesign of that, we went through 3-4 iterations with them, and each time they went back and understood and incorporated it. And our main goal is to ensure, such as with transportation and transit, to ensure integration instead of segregation where possible, to enhance the opportunities for everyone and also reduce budgets by bringing in accessibility and showing where it can be an advantage.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other questions to the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
Our final delegate is Robert Brocklebank. Mr. Brocklebank, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. Today I do not have a list of requests from the Federation of Citizens Associations for you. However, some community association members have been studying the budget documents. We wish to inform you of our questions in hope of contributing to your deliberations. Tables included in the FEDCO summary report on operating budgets show considerable variation in revenues from year to year. As an example, real estate partnerships and development revenues were halved from 2014 to 2015 and are expected to remain at that reduced level in 2016. More puzzling is the variation in revenues from what is called own funds. The ups and downs here are not easy to understand. Across the complete FEDCO mandate, it seems that some $43 million came from own funds in 2014, but this drops to $6 million in 2015, and then balloons to $18 million in 2016. It's a puzzle because it is not clear where this money comes from or why it would change so much from year to year. Two other items that mystify us are endowment funding earnings, which were substantial in 2014, fell to nothing in 2015, and are expected to yield $13 million in 2016. And also financial charges. These were only $1.2 million in 2014, but are rising to $7.5 million in 2015 and $9.3 million in 2016. So we have all these puzzles. We also wonder about city operating reserves. We see that the reserves are being drawn down, and we wonder whether that's a topic of concern. So members of the committee may wish to explore these matters more fully, and I think you have a printed thing replete with footnotes and so on, which allows you to think about this. The proposed property tax changes are 2% for residential properties, but they are only 0.88% for commercial properties. Now, if provincial legislation requires increases for commercial properties to be only half of residential properties, then why is the increase not 1%? Now, there's probably an explanation, but I just think that the public should be informed of it. Now, there are various efficiencies that are expected throughout the organization. But in all cases, these seem to arise completely from within city staff. Good for them. Could our financial statements somehow be presented in a way to facilitate citizen participation in the search for savings? And finally, our little study group has two issues for you to consider. It's difficult to reconcile the high degree of dependence on property tax with the statements of city policy that are reported in the media. Now, we understand the provincial government has proposed to grant additional taxing authorities to municipalities. But the press reports are that Ottawa has opposed such extension to its taxing capability. Now, we wonder if the press are really accurately reporting Ottawa's position, because even if you had the right to do so, you could decide not to exercise such expanded tax authority. A second idea, which would seem to fall directly into the scope of this committee's work, is the way in which the city's finances are presented to the public and to council. Some city activity is for the general good of the citizenry. Public health is a good example. And we should all pay, through our taxes, for such service. In other cases, the city is operating a service and charging a fee. Here the city could consider producing accounts that show clearly the degree to which costs are covered by revenue. Now, one way to achieve this would be to create city corporations to carry out those functions. But even if you do not set up corporations, you could require financial reports with comprehensive statements of cost and revenue. So these ideas and questions are presented to you for your current deliberations, first on the draft budget, but in case of longer-term issues, for your contemplation over following months. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the province announced today they're not giving municipalities the authority to collect the land transfer tax. It was announced a few hours ago. So it's not an option for us.
But Toronto maintains its extended authority, I presume.
That's correct, under a different act. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Councillor El Shantiri has the roadmap motion before us. I don't think we have to read the whole thing, but it basically, I think everyone has a copy of it. It goes from, we'll go page by page or section by section in the book. Councillor, if you want to introduce it, and just the first paragraph, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the Finance and Economic Development Committee recommend that Council, sitting as a committee of a whole, approve the Finance and Economic Development Committee 2015 draft operating and capital budget as follows. And then we'll go from item number 1 to 15. So do you want to start with number?
Yep. Okay. So thank you very much for that. So we'll go. Item number 1 is elected officials operating resource requirement, page 35. Carried. No, this is. These are all of the ones that require a vote. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up on Mr. Brocklebank's point, could someone just explain what own funds means?
Yeah, so the own funds, the variance right now, typically what own funds would include was transfers from reserves. In 2014, you see $43 million. That's actually, it should have been shown above in the provincial amount. There's gas tax amounts in that amount. So it would actually be lower. And provincial would be higher. So you'll see that aligns a little bit better at the top. So there's gas tax money in the 2014 number. The $6 million in 2015 would have been transfers for the increase in 2016 is the extra $11.5 million from the fleet reserve, the one-time funding that's coming from the reserve. So that's the increase in 2016. Do you want the breakdown of what's included in the $6 million in 2015?
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Did you want the breakdown of the $6 million in 2015?
Sure.
What's included in that number? Or is that a sufficient explanation?
I think that's fine for me right now. So will we get a revised page here before? Yes.
You will.
Okay. And then just on the 35 FTEs, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I think my question is probably to you. I just want to understand when we will identify those and how will we get a full year effect if they're not in place January 1st?
Mr. Chair, the 35 FTEs is a target in terms of the number of FTEs that will be identified by staff as we're undertaking the reviews that Mr. Box was talking about in his report. And we will be reporting out to Council on our achievement of that on a quarterly basis with the quarterly forecasted actuals. With respect to the annualization question, we're identifying 35 FTEs as the target, but we're only including as a reduction in the compensation of a half-year equivalent for those 35. They'll be achieved at various parts in time of the year. I expect probably before the first half of the year, but we've been conservative on the reduction to the expenditure requirement.
So it'll be a full year 35 impact in 2017, but a half-year impact in 2016. Okay, well, I just say for my part, I'm really not comfortable with adding this into the budget without having identified them, because I don't know how we can be guaranteed that we would support them. And it may well be that presumably those FTEs are doing something useful in the corporation, so if we take them out, what service is attached to them? And I would like to understand that, to have the comfort that we're not going to impact service when we we eliminate those.
So, Chair, staff are very clear on the direction that these reductions are not to affect frontline service delivery. I can tell you that the approach in 2016, we'll be first looking at vacant positions. Where can we eliminate vacant positions without affecting... Apologize, Mayor. We'll first look at vacant positions where we can reduce or eliminate those without affecting a branch or department's ability to achieve their gapping target. We look first there because there's less impact on service delivery. We don't get into bumping if they're unionized positions, and there are no severance costs associated with those. So I'm confident that we'll be able to identify 35 FTEs on average with a half-year budget saving associated with them without impacting service delivery, but we will be reporting out to you on a quarterly basis with respect to that, so you'll have a good sense of our progress as the year goes on.
Okay. For my part, I'm not certain that vacant positions are necessarily the ones that are the least needed in the corporation. I mean, it could be somebody retired and left a position vacant, but it was a very important position. So just like to understand more, is it possible to have a sense of where those positions are in the corporation before December 9th?
No, not before December 9th, but I mean, I can provide you with more context today. I think you could expect that those 35 will come from the administrative review and not the departmental service-specific reviews. Those will be the first focus of corporate management. As the report indicates, we're probably looking at an additional 150 FTEs over 2017-2018. Those will be probably tied, or more likely to be tied to the departmental specific reviews.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just on that, I would not want us to start naming positions because in some cases people are in those positions. So there's a confidentiality requirement, and I think we have to rely on our staff who've been given very strict instructions, not frontline services, but those services that are going to have minimal impact on the budget. I think the staff have indicated they're going to come back over the year, but I don't think we want to start naming positions right now because someone could be in that position. It would be
no, but like, for example, in fire, we identified 12. We didn't identify the specific position, but we did identify how we're going to achieve it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so item number 1, elected officials operating resource requirement, page 35. Carried. City manager's office operating resource requirement, page 36. Carried. Corporate programs and business services operating resource requirement, page 37. Carried. Real estate partnership and development as follows. 1, user fees, page 39. Carried. Operating resource requirement, page 38. Carried. Finance as follows. User fees, pages 41, 42. Adopté. Councillor Hubley on page 41, 42.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this goes to the inquiry that was answered back to. As you may recall, I was asking questions about the new account fees and when we're going to be able to lower these fees for folks. And I'm just wondering, do we have enough money in this budget, because I understand it's part of Service Ottawa initiative, to get the work started this year on this and we'll get some progress?
Through you, Chair, we have a project underway this year that will put the ownership changes online. We're projecting that to happen in Q3, and to date we have enough funds to cover that initiative.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On the report, carried. And operating resource requirement, carried. City clerk and solicitor, page 43. Many questions for the deputy clerk. This is your time. Carried. Deputy city manager, city operations, page 44. Carried. Service Ottawa as follows, page 46, user fees. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want a question for Service Ottawa. The first line, the director's office, there's quite a jump there. Can we get some explanation as to what that is?
On page, which is it?
That's page 45 for Service Ottawa.
So the Director's Office budget 2015 289 up to 1.4. What's the change?
Right.
Ms. Gray?
Correct.
Sorry. Put your microphone on, please.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, the increase is 1.250 million, and that is as a result of the two council strategic priorities that have been put into the Director's Office to manage. That would be the digital strategy and the phone and counter business case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, on that, page 45, carried. Human Resources, Operating Resource Requirement, page 47, carried. Corporate Communications, Operation Resource Requirement, page 49, carried. Deputy City Manager, Planning and Infrastructure, page 50, carried. Economic Development and Innovation, page 51, carried. Light Rail Planning and Implementation, page 52, carried. Finance and Economic Development Committee Capital Budget, page 56, carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hubley, page 56.
Page 53, sorry, the operating resource requirement for the well, it goes to 56. It's now we're getting into the reserve part, and I just would ask the treasurer if instead of doing the line by lines, can you give us an overall number of how much we're taking out of our reserves and how much we're putting back in?
We're starting the year with a cash balance of $445 million. We're deducting $53 million deficit for 2015. The prior commitments of 158. So we're starting off with an opening balance in 2016 of $234 million for reserves. We're contributing from tax and rate $335 million. Other contributions from governments and gas tax $107 million. And we're transferring to operations $50 million.
I just want the totals, Ms. Jasmine, just how much we're taking out in total, how much is going back in, just to get a sense, if you will, of that our reserves are still healthy, because that was one of the things we started last term of council, was trying to top up the reserves again for events such as what we're experiencing with the winter operation.
Okay, so in my presentation, the opening balance is $234 million. We're ending with $297 million. That's an increase of $63 million.
So in your view, they're healthy and getting healthier?
We're increasing our contribution to the reserves.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's a good point, Councillor Hubley. Thank you. Page, that was page 56. Number 15, non-departmental operating resource requirement, pages 53 to 55. Councillor Hubley.
Sorry, one more. Page 54, the sale of surplus lands. It doesn't show any sale there, I believe, other than the 100. And I believe earlier at FEDCO at the start of budget, that was one of the things, Mr. Mayor, you stressed, that we want to look at our available lands to see if we can't speed up the process of selling them off. So I'm just curious as to why it's showing zero across there. That would be page 54, halfway down the page.
Mr. McNairn, because we do have, I think everyone realized we have a very aggressive initiative to move forward with significant land sales of surplus property. So, Mr. McNairn, if you could answer Councillor Hubley's point, please.
To the Mayor. Councillor, if you look at the first part is dealing with the expenses where it's showing as zero, but if you go farther down, it talks to the revenue side, and on the revenue side, you'll see for this year our line item was 1.1 for regular disposals. For next year, it's going up to 1.5, whereas on the OCLDC, it was 5 million for this year, and it'll be 5 million next year. As outlined at the bottom of the page.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hubley. On pages 53 to 55, carried. So, Councillor El Shantiri's motion is before us. We'll do it in its totality. On the El Shantiri motion, carried. Thank you. Information previously distributed is the economic development update. We thank Mr. Bashir for that. Notices of motion for consideration at subsequent meetings. Does anyone have a notice of motion for a subsequent meeting? Avis de motion? entièrement. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I also had one question from your slide deck, Isabel. Expenditure shortfall indicated translation services. Did we lose federal funding? I thought there was, we used to get a grant from the Heritage Department for federal funding, and did they cut that?
That's correct, Chair. It was $300,000 a year, and it was cut.
So we might want to, maybe if there's the will of committee, direct me to write to the new minister asking for that reinstatement, because it was cut last year, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct,
So
Chair.
agreed on that? Councillor Hubley?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with your direction on that, but could we also ask staff to take a review to see if there's anything we don't need to do right away? Because there are a lot of documents, for example, that get mailed out to my area where there's very little need for the translated document, at least not into French, maybe into another language.
We have a policy with respect to publications and so on, so I don't think we can go down that route. But
without changing the policy, just to take a view, because I'm wondering if there's optional items that maybe we're translating now that we don't need to, that's all.
Yeah, Councillor Elchandiri has a point.
Mr. Mayor, as a councillor who sits on a French language committee, working with Mr. Box, we do minimum translation only to follow our policy, whereas the policy require a full translation. That's why we are doing translation. So we're not doing any extra. We're not doing it in area where it not need to be done. So on the translation portion of it. So
that's correct.
Yeah. So on the direction to ask the mayor to write to the Minister of Heritage.
Ask for more if you can.
Right. Councillor Elchandiri.
Thank you. So to the treasurer, you have in your report says that the hydro endowment was 17,000 this year. Is that 17 million this year, right? As interest on hydro.
I didn't hear it. 17 million.
17 million. Now, when we talk about the gas tax, you said it's 107 million we received from gas tax? I think the answer is yes, but I'll wait for her.
34 annually from gas tax? The two together, federal and provincial? Yeah, it's 88 million.
88 million, and still the total amount of that transit, Mr. Mayor, goes as a policy goes to public transit?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to assure my colleague who keeps saying rural residents don't contribute to transit. We're giving you the gas tax money for this, so just put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, no, I know. Okay, thank you. Inquiries, I've received no written inquiries. Other business, adjournment, motion to adjourn, carried. Our next meeting is the 2nd of February 2016. La prochaine réunion, c'est le 2 février 2016.